الحضور الكريم، مرحبا بكم في منتدى دبي للمستقبل، أكبر تجمع عالمي لخبراء ومصممي المستقبل. هنا في متحف المستقبل يرجى التوجه إلى قاعة المستقبل في الطابق السابع، حيث ستبدأ بعد قليل الجلسة الرئيسية بعنوان العام 2071، يتحدث فيها معالي عمر سلطان العلماء، وزير دولة للذكاء الاصطناعي والاقتصاد الرقمي وتطبيقات العمل عن بعد. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dubai Future Forum, the world's largest gathering of futurists at the Museum of the Future. Kindly make your way to the Future Hall at level 7, where the opening session titled Welcome to 2071 by His Excellency Omar Sultan Al-Ulama, Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy and Remote Work Applications is going to take place shortly.
أن أحدثكم هنا اليوم. مرحبا بكم إلى الجلسة الافتتاحية لمنتدى دبي للمستقبل. هذا الحدث الذي يتزامن مع رحلة دبي لصياغة المستقبل، وأن تكون مدينة لا تتأقلم فقط بل تصيغه. هذا الحدث بالذات وهذه المجموعة أمامي مجموعة في غاية الأهمية لنا في الإمارات العربية المتحدة، لأننا كدولة لطالما كنا نحتضن استشراف المستقبل ونعمل تجاه فهم ما يحمله لنا المستقبل. هو ليس من الرفاهية بل هو ضرورة، ولعقود ومئات السنوات والآلاف فإن بقانا يعتمد على قدرة استشراف المستقبل والتعرف على التحديات التي قد تبرز. قبل 4000 عام دبي كانت مجرد مكان على الخارطة وضد الحكمة العامة، فالكل كان يعتقد بأن الحضارة العريقة في ذلك الوقت كانت هناك قبل 4000 عام، لأن دبي كانت موجودة ولكنها كانت مقر تجارة بين الشرق والغرب حينها، مثل الفراعنة وبين الحضارة الهندية، وما جعل دبي مكانا هاما عالميا في ذلك الوقت. وأنصحكم بالذهاب إلى فاروج الحديد هنا في دبي، وهو متحف، وهو أن سكان المدينة رأوا أن هنالك أفضلية لمنطقتنا الجغرافية، الأفضلية لأن نكون مقرا تلتقي فيه كلا الحضارات، يكون فيها أرض متساوية للتجارة والعمل والاحتضان وتقبل بعضهم البعض. وقبل 100 عام دبي لطالما تغيرت واحتضنت وتقبلت كل التغيرات المحيطة بها، وما يجعل ذلك ضرورة هو أن في منطقتنا من العالم في كل يوم هنالك تحدي المياه والغذاء وفهم الطقس، وكذلك استشراف أي عراقيل على سلاسل التوريد ستحصل وكيف ستؤثر على سكاننا. كل هذه ضرورة لكي نتمكن من البقاء في الشرق الأوسط حينها. مؤخرا انتقل ذلك من الضرورة إلى بيداغوجيا، إلى انضباط وإرشادات تساعدنا على فهم كيفية ضمان استمرارنا بالنمو وجذب الأفضل والأذكى في العالم من أجل صياغة العالم بدلا من الاستجابة له. دعوني أعطيكم بعض الأمثلة. إذا ما كنتم تفكرون بما يجعل دبي والإمارات تحقق النجاح، فهي ليست المصادر الفانية التي تقول بعض الصحف والإعلام لدينا، هي ليست
think better than anyone or because we believe that we are better than other civilizations. There are two secrets. The first is we embrace all ideas. We embrace all individuals. And we let people from around the world believe that if they have a dream and they want to achieve it, it is the UAE and it is Dubai that they need to go to make that vision into a reality. A great testimony to this is the 200 nationalities that call Dubai and the UAE home. And the fact that everything we've seen that is futuristic is built by everyone. It is not built by people wearing kandoras only. It is built by people with different backgrounds, different cultures coming from around the world, believing that this vision can be true. We're also blessed to have leaders that live with future foresight as a very important ethos. Historically, in our region, in our culture, future foresight has been ingrained in how we try to take decisions and who we go to for decision making. Let me give you a simple term that we use. علم الفراسة. علم الفراسة literally translates to the ability to see the future. And this has been around here in the Middle East and here in our country for thousands of years. If you look at the historic poetry, if you look at any written documentation of history, you see that people embraced and appreciated those who had علم الفراسة, the ability to see the future, because it was very important. If you also look at how people converse in the Middle East, the first thing we say is hello, or peace be upon you. The second thing we ask is how are you? And the third thing we ask is شو الأخبار? What are the news? And you might ask yourself, why are people asking about the news? Like, why is it when I see someone I ask them about the news? It's because you need to understand the variables and how they're going to affect you. A person coming from afar, when you ask him what the news are, he or she can tell you that there is a drought, in a specific area, that there is a revolt or revolution in another country, that there is an issue that will affect you from a supply chain perspective, that will affect you from a social perspective, or that is going to impact you as an individual. Foresight has been ingrained in us. And today we are blessed to say that our leadership are individuals that have ilm al-farasa and embrace people who see the future and who try to work on changing it rather than just adapting to it. Two resonating examples to how the UAE and Dubai has shaped the future and embraced it and did not just take it as it came along was in two simple examples that might actually have been things that you experienced on your way here. The first is Emirates Airlines. We hear about this airline, we hear about the success of Emirates Airlines, and we need to think about why Dubai decided to embark on creating an airline in the Middle East, and why our founding father of modern Dubai, the late Sheikh Rashid bin Saeed Al Maktoum, and the current ruler of Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, actually wanted to create an airline in the Middle East out of all places, and why it was going to be successful. The answer was in seeing technological change and understanding what that meant. Historically, to move from one place to another, there was a hop and stop route. You would go from Dubai to Doha, from Doha to Beirut, from Beirut to Turkey, from Turkey to London. And it made no sense for Dubai to be a hub for transportation at that point of time. But at one point of time, His Highness Sheikh Rashid and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed saw that airplanes were changing. Long-haul flight was going to become a reality. And that meant that our geographical advantage made sense for us to start an airline and to shape the future of aviation. Foresight and execution. Another example is the way that we embrace unknowns. In many countries around the world, in many institutions around the world, the unknowns are seen as negative. If I do not know something, I should shun it or wait until someone does something about it. The way we operate is if there is an unknown, we need to first look at the opportunities that will come out of it, and then think about what are the potential negatives and what that means for us in dealing with these negatives. The media and the internet. In 2000, the internet was seen as a trend or a technology that had a lot of promise. Some people thought of it as a fad. At that point of time, we were an emerging hub, but we were not known for technology. And His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid said, we want to dedicate a city for the internet. Not a small office, not a specific team or individual, a city. Dubai Internet City. He started it with a loan, a $200 million loan from HSBC. And what you need to think about is what would make someone take such a bet with such conviction that I am going to risk everything to be part of this trend and part of this technology. It's having the foresight and putting whatever is necessary to ensure that you can actually play a role in that future. The other thing that might have been seen as a coincidence, but was actually the result of proper planning, was the fact that His Highness actually took another loan and started another city next to it called the Dubai Media City. What is interesting is that Dubai was neither a technology hub and it wasn't a media hub at that point of time. So if you ask conventional wisdom, if you look at people who did not have the foresight at the time, they would have told you that there is a very high likelihood that one of these two cities is going to fail. And one of the other trends that you could have seen at that point of time is the fact that there were already hubs for technology and hubs for media in the region. Lebanon was the media hub of the region, and if we look at India, if we look at Israel, they were hubs for technology in the region. It made no sense why Dubai is going to compete in that role and why this leader is going to take such a big bet, take millions of dollars as a loan to invest in these two sectors, and why he would put them next to each other. Again, we had such vast amounts of land, it would have made sense to put them separately and to hope one of them grows and becomes a success. The fact of the matter is, there are so many variables around us that shape our future. And trying to understand what these variables are and embracing the unknowns is what makes us succeed and what makes certain people fail. This event in specific is an event that is important to us because it is going to dictate how we as a country are going to move to 2071. We believe in forecasting the future and embracing change, but in also constantly seeking the advice and the expertise of those who are able to see a different point of view and those who are willing to show us what we are not currently seeing. I wish you all a great success in this event and would like to tell you one thing that you should take back from this session and hopefully from this forum. Dubai was built by people from around the world with a spark in their eyes. It was built by unleashing the potential of individuals that don't dare or always dare to dream big. So dream big, tell us what needs to happen, and work with us to make it a reality. Thank you very much.
السيدات والسادة، تبدأ الآن كلمة رئيسية بعنوان أين تكمن أهمية تطوير عملية استشراف المستقبل؟ تقدمها إيمي ويب، الرئيسة التنفيذية لمعهد Future Today Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote titled Why Must Foresight Evolve by Amy Webb, CEO of Future Today Institute, starts now.
Good morning. I'm just waiting for my presentation to go. There we go. Good morning to everybody. Marhaba. First and foremost, thank you to His Highness Sheikh Hamdan and His Excellency Mohammed Al-Gargawi for hosting us and for hosting this event and for their global leadership in foresight. We don't see much leadership in foresight among our world leaders, and it really is an inspiration to see that leadership in action. I'd also like to thank His Excellency Omar Sultan Al-Olama for his leadership in the field of artificial intelligence and the digital economy. I had the opportunity to meet you a few years ago at the first AI conference. It's really stunning, all of the leadership that you're showing in that arena. And I'd like for all of us to just take a moment and look around this room. And look who's here. And look at this magnificent building. I have been to Dubai many times, and I've watched this building as it was being built. This is the Museum of the Future, but really, it's a call to action for us all to be planning for and thinking about the future. So the script on this building are actually quotes from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed Al-Rashid Al Maktoum, and I'll just paraphrase a few of them. The world doesn't wait. We make our own futures. This is a visible reminder to everybody who sees this building to really be thinking about and planning for the future. So here we are. It is an absolute privilege to be here and to have this opportunity to talk to you about foresight. I know many of you already. For those of you I haven't had the opportunity to meet, here are three quick things I usually tell about myself. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Future Today Institute. FTI specializes in evidence-based, data-driven, very long-range scenario planning. Probably many of you know us because of our annual Tech Trends report. We focus on technology and science, but we actually work with all different types of organizations and disciplines around the world. The second thing about me is that most of my time is spent advising the senior leadership of all different types of organizations, both in the private sector and the public sector. So I have a horizontal view into what's happening. I know where our leaders are misplacing their attention. I know where blind spots are. I know where there is opportunity. And a lot of what I'm going to talk to you today about is I know the challenges these folks are facing, and particularly what foresight is and is not accomplishing in both government and the private sector. Third, and I mean this sincerely, I am your biggest fan. You did not become a futurist because it's a cool-sounding job. You're a futurist because you care deeply about tomorrow. A lot of people have no idea what we do. They think we're professional speech makers. They think we're a little crazy. But as all of you know, this work, when it's done well, it can be tedious. It's not very glamorous. You know, you're sitting in a room by yourself crunching numbers, or you're in a workshop trying to get people to sort of come along with you on a thinking journey. This is difficult work. You are here because of a calling that you answered. So I deeply admire you. I admire you and your dedication and all of the work that you're doing. Now, 3 quick things about you. If it's not already abundantly clear, you are currently sitting at the epicenter of foresight on the planet. If you're not familiar with Dubai's history, you heard a little bit about it just a moment ago, but in the mid-1800s, this was a fishing village. The leader at that time, Maktoum bin Bouti, saw a future where trade and commerce could turn that village into a thriving global community. He was doing crazy things at the time. He granted tax exemptions for foreigners. There was an active welcoming of foreigners into the community. You just heard that there are over 200 nationalities represented here. And when oil was discovered, Dubai's leaders didn't just stop and say, we're rich now, everything's going to be great. Instead, they developed an ambitious, long-term vision for social projects and economic development. We just don't see this anywhere else like we do here. That commitment to foresight resulted in one of the world's most vibrant cities with one of the most progressive societies in the entire region, one that is dedicated to thinking about long-term futures. So that is modern-day Dubai and where we are right now. If this is your first time here, there are lots of things to see, but in particular, the Sheikh Mohammed Center for Cultural Understanding is a really great way to see this story in action, as well as the historic village that you heard a little bit about earlier. But just, again, it's not just a single thing that's happening. This isn't just a temporary meeting for futurists. We're here, literally, living inside of somebody's scenario for what the future could look like. Second, about you, you think expansively, orthogonally, and that's very, very hard to do. So you are skilled at both thinking near-term and long-term simultaneously. Finally, I believe that you are vanguards. You are vanguards of foresight and of ushering in new eras for the entire world. And that's important because foresight has never been more important before than it is right now. And that's because we are all living through a soul-crushing amount of deep uncertainty. We are facing at some point, we're facing uncertainty in the presentation. We are facing huge problems, there we go, with our central banks. Actually, this is a really good metaphor for what's happening right now. The central banks, which are normally the cause for stability, have themselves become the source of instability. The Federal Reserve in the United States has raised interest rates 5 times so far this year to combat inflation, which is, again, I understand why we're doing that, but what are the next order impacts? Foresight would be useful as we're thinking this through, because there's been a spillover effect to other central banks. They're being forced to raise their interest rates. Inflation isn't coming down, prices are still high, and consumers don't have enough personal liquidity to get what they need in many places around the world. So we're looking at challenges with inflation and a global downturn this year, and probably recession in many parts of the world next. This has got people really concerned. There are additional macro forces, and that has to do with, so as I'm continuing to talk, I seem to have lost some connectivity with this. If somebody in the back can, I'm just going to keep going, but I can't advance. The other forces have to do with Putin and Biden. You know, we're suddenly hearing about the threat of potential nuclear conflict. I was a kid in the 1980s, and I remember what it was like to live through the Cold War, or the last parts of the Cold War, and really being concerned about nuclear Armageddon. I don't want to go through that again, and yet here we are. So we're facing financial macro forces, we're facing geopolitical macro forces, and I really could use some help. So we're facing all different types of forces, and in addition to all of that, we've got the challenges of technology. So you're going to hear today and tomorrow about lots of emerging tech trends. You're going to hear about artificial intelligence and synthetic biology and the digital economy from your fellow futurists who are in attendance. And for us, these are interesting ideas and interesting things, but to the outside world, these represent huge sources of change, and people are really concerned about that. If somebody can, I don't want to keep stopping, but I also have to keep advancing somehow. So here's the issue. The problem with macro forces and technology trends combined together is causing FOMO on a grand scale, the fear of missing out. And so what's happening is people are making bad decision after bad decision. In other cases, this is leading to no decisions whatsoever, and that also is causing a problem. Next slide, please. So we have a problem. Foresight, we literally have a problem. This is no criticism of that tech team back there. Is actually pretty great. I think it might be a clicker issue. So foresight has never been more important, and yet, this was the dramatic impact point. I don't think that foresight is having the impact that it needs to have. We are all here, and we want to have that impact, but externally, I think if we really asked ourselves, are we having the impact we want to have, the answer would probably be no. All right, if the answer was that we are all doing a great job and foresight really is embedded in how people think, we wouldn't be facing global climate change. There would be issues, but the catastrophe that's looming probably would not have gotten to this point because there would have not just been scenarios about climate change, there would have been action that followed. We wouldn't at this point be dealing with advanced surveillance capitalism, metaverse, which is just in the process of launching. And companies and governments, they've already started hiring chief metaverse officers. Okay? Yeah, whoever laughed? Yes. We already have chief metaverse officers, and that's fine, but here's the problem I have with that. We don't have chief foresight officers. And the people who work in strategy are really focused near term. Foresight leaders do not often have a seat at the executive table, and I am usually in the rooms when those meetings are happening with executives. And foresight leaders within their own companies are typically not there. This is a strong signal, okay? Dubai is a rare exception where foresight is very much a part of government and executive level decision making, but we don't see this in a lot of other places. This is a strong signal that our work, which is vital, isn't having the impact that it should. If foresight was making an impact, leaders would be more comfortable with uncertainty, volatility, complexity, and ambiguity. They would lean into those VUCA forces with curiosity and the intent to come out of that better. They would think the unthinkable. They would do that voluntarily, and they would create strategy for mitigation and growth. I know many of you very well. Policy Horizons in Canada is here. The work is legendary on a global scale for impacting governments in Canada, but also governments worldwide. Andrew Blau is here. He helped build GBN. Mick Costigan is also here. There's a huge GBN diaspora, which has had immeasurable insight, immeasurable influence on foresight, and how it's been practiced in business, and how it continues to spread. So all of you, all of your work, I know it's well-researched, it's creative, it's interesting, and I don't think you are the problem. I'm going to tell you what the problem is. The problem is more complex than that. Something is wrong, because if we're all doing a great job, and foresight is not leading to the type of actions that we needed to have, then there's some type of disconnect. So I have a theory on what that is, and how to solve it, and how foresight must evolve. Okay, and so I want to do this by looking at three lenses: government, business, and society. So let's start with government. So what are the jobs of government in any country, anywhere around the world? The government needs to do a few things. Governments need to give behavior parameters for citizens in the forms of laws and regulations. Governments need to protect citizens from harm. And government, in my view, should provide for people's well-being and happiness. Those are the jobs of government, okay? Now, these are the challenges. If we go into the future, to the year 2071, what are the emerging trends, the macro forces, and other signals that are forming today that might prevent government from doing those jobs in the futures? There are things like the changing needs of citizens, evolving or novel threats, and factors that prevent well-being and happiness, right? So now let's think about foresight work in the government. So government foresight, again, this is just my opinion, and this is not always universal, but from my opinion, government foresight work tends to focus on risk, okay? Risk-focused scenarios comment on the job of government, but it's really hard to see what action to take on risk other than, let's not do that. I think the problem is that our expectation of foresight and the government's practical use cases for foresight are not harmonized. So there's a delta, a gap, that needs to get resolved. Government foresight initiatives, they tend to lead to white papers and reports and policy recommendations, again, which are good. However, it's difficult to extract from that a plan for meaningful, durable, long-term action. And that's because a lot of times this work is not addressing the jobs of government and directly answering the future challenges that it'll face. It's interesting that we're in Dubai thinking about all of this because this is a rare exception to that rule. But if I look at a lot of other governments in a lot of countries around the world, this is not what's happening. White papers, reports, policy recommendations, we have to figure out a way to make foresight positioned so that government leaders can fulfill their own jobs. Okay, so that's government. Business is next. So what's the job of business? A business needs to create value for customers using its products and services. And a business needs to create and to sustain profit. So again, if we go into the future, what are the emerging tech trends? What are the macro forces, other signals that are forming today that are going to prevent business from doing its jobs in the future? Things like disruption to to value creation models, ecosystem players that are not margin constrained, meaning they can make big bets and spend money in other places to crush existing incumbents. There are barriers to talent acquisition and retention, geopolitical disruption, regulation, right? I can go on and on. So I have an observation, and my observation is actually not my observation. It comes from my absolutely brilliant colleague at FTI, Melanie Subin. We were talking the other day, and she said, scenarios pose a challenge to leaders of companies because lately there's not a lot of psychological safety inside of companies. There are crushing forces that are really causing new types of competition. People are really concerned, they're scared, they're vulnerable. So it's hard to be challenged in a public setting or even in a setting with colleagues. There isn't a lot of psychological safety to explore those jobs of business and the challenges of business. Executives might say that they want an outside-in perspective. I get asked this all the time. But in reality, they don't feel safe to explore those scenarios. One of the key components of what we do is rehearsing the futures. That's increasingly challenging inside of organizations. Our work cannot simply exist to reinforce cherished beliefs inside an organization. That's not what futurists should be doing. And we should not be making our clients feel like they're doing the right thing if we know that they aren't, which is why in the private sector, trends tend to be valued over scenarios. I know this better than anybody because the Future Today Institute researches throughout the year 600 or so longitudinal tech trends. And we produce an annual report in March that's downloaded like 1 million times. So I know that everybody likes trends. Everybody wants to know the next tech trends. Business leaders, teams, they like trend reports. That's because trend reports are not threatening. They're easy to ignore. They don't demand immediate action. Trends are an easier sell in the private sector than scenarios. And scenarios force executives to really think about and focus on their futures. And that is a hard thing to do these days. In business, P&Ls, quarterly reports, they act like attentional boomerangs, right? So we can show them a scenario, we can ask them about their next order implications, but it's very easy for them to lose focus on those scenarios and on rehearsing the futures when they're also trying to meet their quarterlies, which is more and more challenging to do these days. So what happens is that a really successful foresight workshop tends to get forgotten. The next steps, they tend to get pushed off. And scenarios fail to have the impact that they should because of this boomerang effect. The third lens on why I think foresight doesn't have the impact that it should be having is society. What are the jobs of society? Society needs to enable its members to benefit in ways that would otherwise be difficult if people were acting as individuals. Society needs to feel safe and secure. And society needs to promote a good and happy life for its members. So again, if we play this forward, given what we know to be true today, what forces, signals, and trends will change our society? Diminished trust in our institutions. Diminished belief in the value proposition of community, of society, of government. Apathy toward public service. This is a big one. We have fewer and fewer young people willing to commit to public service in some kind of way because it doesn't feel like they're obligated to do so. New existential threats. Some of us are already thinking about these, but there are certainly threats we haven't even thought about yet. And importantly, a perceived loss of agency in living a good and happy life. Now, the problem is that for the most part, I've only got 30 minutes with you, so I'm to some degree generalizing here. But again, I think from my observation, from my point of view, government, business, society, they're nowists. They're not acting, thinking like futurists. They're acting and thinking like nowists. They are preoccupied with the present. And that makes sense. Leading through, living through the amount of change that we are all grappling with right now is extremely challenging, and the stakes are unimaginably high. Nowism is a virus. It's a virus incubated in uncertainty and fear, and this virus is spreading. And corporations are infected. Governments are infected. At this point, there are more people infected with the nowism virus than COVID. Again, I don't think you're the problem. I really don't. I think the problem is that foresight isn't equipped in the year 2022 to address these jobs and tomorrow's challenges for government, business, and society. So foresight has to evolve. It's time, I think, for us to enter the fourth era of foresight. Now, from my point of view, some of you may disagree, but from my point of view, there have been 3 eras of foresight so far. And usually, we've jumped to a new era of foresight in times of enormous uncertainty, crushing VUCA forces, and sweeping technological change, okay? So era 1, I would call the imagining era. So this is H.G. Wells, around 1890 or so, who was a journalist at the time and noticed all of these tech trends, these changes that were happening. The biggest was the introduction of electricity as a sort of emerging general purpose technology. So he started practicing what he called speculative writing, or I'm sorry, predictive writing. And this electricity threatened ways of life. It challenged people to operate differently, but it also unlocked potential new opportunities. So he was playing that forward and really thinking through what might the next order impacts be. And one of H.G. Wells' lesser known, but perhaps most important works was not science fiction. It was an academic paper he wrote urging others, academic institutions, government leaders, to establish foresight as a discipline that everybody should learn, to make it less than simply speculating and more about strategy. So that's era one. Era two, I would call calculating. So this is Olaf Helmer and Nicholas Rentschler working at RAND at the time. You know, this is sort of World War II and computer technology starting to happen, space technology starting to happen. And they were figuring out new ways to use comparative statics. That's like using single variables at a time and testing how things might change. They institutionalized the Delphi method. They built probabilistic scenarios, but they stopped short at making recommendations. So at that point, Foresight was like, we're just here to show you what might happen. We're not here to help you build your capacity for foresight. Era three was exploring. So this is Pierre Vac and Royal Dutch Shell in the 70s, who again built on the work before. They were facing massive geopolitical challenges, among other things, and Pierre developed exploratory scenarios. So the goal here wasn't prediction as much as it was to change and challenge executives' mindsets, so they were prepared for anything versus everything. And that's kind of how we've been practicing for a while, but I think things need to change. I think in the year 2022, a new type of scenario, a new type of foresight practice is warranted. And I think we should think of this era as the actioning era, okay? We need more powerful tools as futurists to have the impact that we need to have, that others want us to have. We are facing long-term pandemic shocks, the emergence of new general-purpose technologies like synthetic biology, which you'll hear about over the next few days, and artificial intelligence, right? We're facing enormous change. And our scenarios, our foresight has to elevate to meet that challenge. We need to encourage flexible thinking, absolutely. But we also need to meet the jobs and the challenges of government, business, and society. So here's what I think the actioning era requires. It requires upgrades, not throwing out what we've always done, but upgrading to get us to the next place. I think there are three that we need to have. The first, I think, is a new type of scenario. For 20 years or more, the foresight community has been somewhat divided between normative and exploratory scenarios. Normative scenarios, those are decision support scenarios. It gives executives and teams what they want. Help us make a decision, right? Usually not probabilistic. It's usually one and done, and it doesn't promote awareness building. Exploratory scenarios are not like that. This is a different type of model. It encourages continual awareness, changing and challenging your mental mindsets. But in my observation, this sometimes leaves executives and leaders and teams feeling kind of empty. They appreciate having gone through the process, but now they don't know what to do. They don't have concrete actions that they can be following up on. It can almost feel like a wasted effort in hindsight. We need to start producing actionable scenarios, which encourages awareness, expansive mindsets, and also addresses the jobs that we are talking about here. So here's what I think that new type of scenario should look like. And this is just the beginning of me thinking about this. But we should continue to write strong narratives, tell good stories. That's the basis for a lot of what we do. But I think we need to transition away from general insights for stakeholder groups to very clear table stakes linkages to those jobs and challenges for broad stakeholder groups. Scenarios are often constrained by categories, the collapse scenario, the transformation scenario, and those make sense to us, but they don't make sense to external stakeholders, right? Instead, I think scenarios need to start reflecting the organization's culture, and they need to really make sense for them, which means we don't maybe use the same types of labels over and over again. Rather than, and this is a big one, rather than experiencing a scenario as a mandate or pressure to change, which in today's political climate and business world tends to not land well, stakeholders instead need to experience scenarios that offer an urgent invitation to grow, to evolve, to experiment outside the box. As all of you know, it can be very, very hard to see the value of our work, right? It's a great engaging workshop. It's a wonderful deliverable. But if you weren't in the room when it happened, it's really hard to communicate that value to others. So we need to make this work that we do and the promise of Foresight dead easy to socialize. If you weren't in the room where that workshop happened, if you weren't a part of the groups that were creating that scenario, it should still feel urgent and still very much make sense, the value outside of that group. And importantly, and finally, we're going to have to start quantifying impact. So that's the first. The second upgrade is that this era, it requires action and measurable impact. Now, I know that this is controversial, but hear me out. KPIs, OKRs, other acronyms, these are a form of currency inside of business and government. And the challenge with Foresight is that we often say, we'll be able to look back 10 years and know how we did. Right? That is not currency that will get you very far when you're dealing with the leaders of government and with different types of organizations. As Foresight practitioners, we're showing up completely empty-handed. So we're going to have some form of currency so that this work lands the way that it must. And I think here's how we do it. So this is a framework I developed called the Four Horizons Network, or the time cone. And basically what this thing does, because I know it looks like the possible, plausible, probable time cone. It's still a cone, but here's what it does. This measures time against uncertainty and the jobs of government, business, and society. Okay, so in the present day, we have the most data, and therefore, to the extent that we can be certain, the most certainty that we're ever going to have. The further out in time we go, the less certainty we have, because there's a lot that's unknown, so the cone widens. I think we're all very familiar with this concept. Here's how it actually gets applied. So in my view, businesses get stuck oscillating here between operations, tactics, and strategy. They are very, very good at Horizons 1 and 2 because they've been trained to get good at efficiencies and growing profit margin, or excelling at execution. If you're really good at doing this over and over again, all of this feels completely unnecessary. That's just the way that it is. And businesses may say, no, we're very much thinking about the future, we're planning for the future, but none of the KPIs that are used inside of an organization address any of that. So it's easy when that attentional boomerang comes around to sort of forget that, to forget taking action on that. So they will think about the longer term, however, if we give them specific actions to take, if we give them things that they can measure in business. Now, in government, again, this is just my view, Foresight at the government level tends to be a little bit more like this. It's vision. That's fine. In places like Singapore and places like Dubai, this gets tied to other things. But in many governments, that's not the case. And in practical terms, this does not link back to strategy. Without strategy, there can be no meaningful execution. The fourth era scenarios, they must join the near and the farther term to find meaningful actions that can be taken across each horizon while helping the people that we work with do near and long-term planning. All right, so think about something like a decision. A decision is an action that can be something like a team member is going to cultivate a relationship with a tech company. Or you're going to learn everything you can possibly learn about how Singapore allowed cultivated meat, chicken, to get through the regulatory process and be sold. There are actions that can be taken in each one of these horizons, and if you can define actions, you can define ways to quantify and measure. All right, this doesn't result in a roadmap. What this results in is continual work on the future. I've seen it in action. It works really well. Foresight can both expand minds, foster futures thinkings among teams and leaders, while also addressing that jobs and challenges issue, the delta. We need to empathize better with our stakeholders because in their minds, when they receive our work, this is what they're asking of us. They're asking, how do we make this preferred future real? They're asking, what are the mechanisms, the mechanics of getting it done? We need to guide them. That is what helps us get to better futures. If you break down the actions that can be accomplished in each one of those 4 horizons, then you get things to measure, you get data, you get impact, and the scenarios themselves become easier to socialize because you've got the right currency. The third and final upgrade, and this is an easy one, the actioning era requires education. Foresight education is the antidote to the nowism virus. And we need to do a better job of educating others. We have to champion the next generation of futurists. There are many, many ways to do that. One easy thing we can do is just open up our tools. Consider opening up your methodology, your frameworks, make it open source. Several years ago, I made everything that we do that's not client related open at FTI, which means we share our methodology, we share our frameworks, our tools with everybody, and we encourage them to build on it. Some of this is not just altruistic. In order for FTI to grow and for me to have the impact that I want to have, I need a lot more talented foresight practitioners, not people interested in tech or people who think Elon Musk is cool. I need people who want to do the hard work of foresight and who are willing to sort of work at it. So this is my way of expanding our pipeline. In fact, I've made this entire presentation open source. So you can either use the link or you can use the QR code. This early thinking I've got on this 4th era of foresight, this should be something we're thinking about together. So you can have the whole PowerPoint, and there's some other resources in here in this folder along with it. My expectation is that we collaborate going forward to start cracking the nut and to figure some of these things out. There are some other resources in there that might inspire you. Finally, let's get teaching. You know, you can teach your methodology, the way of doing foresight to others. So I developed and teach an MBA course at NYU Stern School of Business. It didn't exist before me. You can do the same thing. Find a local university wherever you live in the world, teach, find high school students, find other professionals, because the more that people understand the value of this work, the more that they're going to start thinking about foresight regularly and the consequences of their actions. For the next 2 days, you have an incredible opportunity to rehearse the futures of foresight. This museum is absolutely mind-blowing. There are tons of things to see. There are Dubai government representatives who are here who are actively working on this, and of course we have each other. So you're going to be hearing from brilliant minds. You're going to be discussing things like sustainable energy, synthetic biology. So in the hallway between sessions, talk to each other about the 4th era of foresight and what it is that we can do together to accelerate that. Talk about the jobs and the challenges that I reviewed of government, business, and society. Think about how we can evolve scenarios to have more impact. Talk to each other about best practices, about making foresight more urgent, and about ways to collaborate. And remember where you are. I have waited years to get inside of this building, and now here we are in it together. We are here because a century ago, without knowing it, modern Dubai's founders were working across all 4 horizons of that time cone. They were thinking near and far. They were thinking about the jobs of government, of society, of business. They were creating visionary scenarios and getting them into action. Right now, you are at the epicenter of all of that because the current government of Dubai and the Dubai Future Foundation is focused on the future. You should feel inspired. I do. You should feel excited because together we're going to be creating the modern era of foresight. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، يسرنا دعوتكم الآن إلى جلسة توقيع كتاب بواسطة بروفيسور إيمي ويب. خلال هذه الاستراحة التي تستغرق 15 دقيقة سوف نستأنف جلساتنا بعد قليل. Ladies and gentlemen, You are invited now for a book signing by Professor Amy Webb during this 15-minute break. Our sessions will be back soon.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
to start in a few moments here at the Future Hall at level 7. وستبدأ أيضا بعد قليل جلسة حوارية أخرى بعنوان تعايش شريكا مع المستقبل الرقمي تقدمها الدكتور تريش لافري من منظمة التعاون العلمي والاقتصادية، وذلك في قاعة المحاضرة. Meanwhile, another panel titled How We Live in a Digital Future, moderated by Dr. Trish Laverick of the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, will be taking place at the auditorium.
We are hosted by His Excellency Abdullah Luta, who's the Director General of the Prime Minister Office, United Arab Emirates, Mrs. Sophie Howe, who's the Commissioner for Future Generations, Wales, UK, and we have Jeanette Quek. Why? No.
Jeanette Quek will do.
Okay, Jeanette Quek will do. She's the head of the Center for Strategic Futures, Prime Minister Office, Singapore. To start, it would be interesting to have the view of our host. We are welcome into a center, a hub of futurism, future of technology, future of longevity, energy, etc. And I would like His Excellency to say a few words about how you see what you're doing in Foresight in government and how you want to have us think about Dubai and this perspective from the Emirates.
Well, thank you very much, Eric. And thank you for the organizers who brought us here together. Great minds, beautiful people coming together to discuss the importance of future foresight for all of us, not only government, but also private sector, as well as NGOs and people in general. Without foresight, I think we're risking our planet. We're risking our children and grandchildren prosperity and sustainability. With the UAE, there were some comments in the first session about government and future foresight. I would like to speak on behalf of the UAE government. I come from the Prime Minister's office. We work for the Cabinet, Ministry of Cabinet, and we report directly to the UAE Vice President, Prime Minister, and the ruler of Dubai. Dubai is about foresight. What we see, what we live, the way we operate is all about foresight. If you really think about this city in the Middle East, of course the UAE in general, but let's speak about this building and Dubai. 50 years ago, who would think that Dubai would have reached this stage of prosperity and advancement and development? Many people are under the impression that there is tons of oil and gas in Dubai. The contribution of oil and gas to the Dubai GDP is less than 1%. Less than 1%. Where does the 99% come from? Human capital. It's the brains, it's the people dreaming big. And future foresight is all about dreaming. When we think about government, we think about betting on the future, creating a destination that is super, super far, and we say this is what we want to do. There is a methodology in future foresight called envisioning and backcasting. This is exactly the destination. I'll give you a very simple example. For those people who know DIFC, Dubai International Financial Center, I'm sure all the nationals and people living here, they know. But from outside, this is one of the best financial centers in the world when it comes to financial services, arbitration, and so on and so forth. The land where Dubai Financial Center is located today, if we think about the cost or the price of the square kilometer, it's one of the most expensive pieces of land on earth. That place was a parking lot for trucks. But we have His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, bless him. He looked at this place and says, this could do better. We could do better with this land. And he said, let's create a financial center. What do you need? You need good UAE nationals and you need good brains from outside. Bring them together, create. He did bet on it, and it was a very calculated bet. There are tons of examples when we think about government, and I think the success, one of the main success factors for future foresight in government is actually having that particular culture and leadership. Trust in government is very important. When we say we're going to forecast, when we get future foresight, and we're going to forecast the country and how it's going to operate, we should never let the people down. According to the Edelman Trust Barometer Index, which is issued in collaboration with the World Economic Forum during Davos every year, the UAE comes second globally in trust in leadership and government. You lived in China, China comes number one. This is according to the people, the businesses. We commit, we deliver. Many people doubted Expo 2020, especially that it happened, we started and then the pandemic hit. People said it's going to fail. We said we're going to bring 20 million people to attend. The population of the UAE is 10 million. We need to double that amount. And of course, it's not going to, people will not come, all of them from the UAE. We reached a number more than 24 million people during the peak of the pandemic and all the different versions of the COVID-19. And this is, I think, where government earned the trust of the people, the experts, the partners, when we say, we're going to do future foresight together. Our event today is actually one of the tools for us as government. As Prime Minister's Office, Ministry of Cabinet Affairs, usually we don't talk about the work we do, but we leave it also for other partners who are here as well to speak, because they are the subject matter experts. They are the people that are dreaming big. We just sometimes we tone things with them. It's the business for all, engaging partners from different parts of the world in events like this. This is what makes things move faster and better for us.
Excellent. A lot of thoughts that will go back on when we start our exploration. Sophie, do you want to say a few words about the role of the Commissioner for Future Generations, please?
Yes, thank you. Wales is the only country in the world to have legislated to protect the interests of future generations through a law that was passed in our Senedd, our Welsh Parliament, in 2015, the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. What does it do? Well, put simply, it requires all of our public institutions at all levels of governance, from the very local, our local government institutions, our health institutions, right up to our government and specifically Welsh ministers, to demonstrate how when they're taking decisions, they're meeting today's needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It also sets out 7 long-term well-being goals, and I think in the context of the discussion that we're having this week about foresighting, those long-term goals are critically important, because what is it that we're aiming for? The UAE have just set 10 principles for the next 50 years. So that's the aim, that's the goal, and you can work out then through foresighting, through scenarios, which are the important issues to take into account, which are the ones that are going to either hinder you reaching those 7, in our case, long-term goals, or 10 in the case of UAE, or which are the ones which actually you might want to adopt, and because they might accelerate your progress towards those set of long-term goals. And you wouldn't think it was revolutionary for a country to have a set of long-term goals, but actually it is quite revolutionary. There are very few countries across the world that have those long-term goals, not just set out perhaps in a political manifesto or a programme for government for the term of that government or of that parliament, but actually set out, in our case, in law. So they can't change from one election to the next. And that really requires then our politicians to work beyond electoral cycles. The other interesting thing then about the legislation, quite a brave move actually by the Welsh Government to appoint someone independent, that's me, to hold the government and others to account on how they're delivering in the interests of future generations. So my job is to be the guardian of the interests of the future generations of Wales. No pressure there or anything. But really it's to be the conscience, if you like, of the unborn, and to keep posing the challenging questions of, you're thinking about taking this decision, or you may not be taking that decision, you may not be acting fast enough in that area. How have you considered the needs and interests of future generations in doing that? And so our legislation requires some specific ways of working. It requires our institutions to demonstrate how they're considering the long-term impact of the things they do. It requires them to prevent problems from occurring or from getting worse. It requires them to integrate across government, so both in terms of co-creating a holistic vision for the future and a holistic set of steps to reach our long-term goals, recognizing that everything is connected to everything, so working beyond the silos of governmental departments, beyond the silos of the split between public, private, voluntary sector, NGOs, and so on, and collaborate with all of those organizations and all of those sectors, because finding solutions and steps that we can collectively take towards meeting those long-term goals is the best way of achieving them. And then finally, the principle of involving citizens, understanding the lived experiences of the people that we are here to serve, and involving them in co-creating solutions to enable us to meet our long-term goals as well. So 5 principles for decision-making, described by the minister who took the legislation through as the Common Sense Act. Why is it that we needed to legislate for common sense? Because you only have to look at the climate catastrophe that we're in, growing inequality in wealth, to conclude that common sense, sadly, isn't that common. So I would certainly advocate legislating for common sense and legislating to protect the interests of future generations. And if we've got some time later on, I can tell you about some of the impacts that that legislation has had in Wales.
Thank you, Sophie. There is already a book named Good Ancestors. If you write a book, you could write The Guardians of the Good Ancestors. That's your role. Yeah. Jeanette, can you say a few words about the Foresight, the Future Strategic Unit within the Prime Minister's office, which I visited a few times, and I was always impressed by the quality of not just the inside out, but also the outside in. I think I bumped into your colleagues in Japan, in the US, in France, in Germany. So you take a real global view of what Foresight is about.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for your compliments. I'm also very grateful for the invitation to be here today. It's great to be back in an in-person conference, so many old friends in the audience, and many new friends as well. So the Center for Strategic Futures, or the CSF, is really the latest manifestation of how the Singapore government has tried to institutionalize the practice of foresight in government and connect that to strategic decision-making. As you know, we've had a very long history of doing strategic foresight in the government, beginning with scenario planning all the way from the 1980s to today, where we continue to do scenario planning at the center, together with a whole bunch of other approaches to foresight that add to our toolkit to be prepared for the future. We're very lucky to work in an environment where our leadership recognizes that strategic foresight is, in fact, a critical capability for the public service. If you think about Singapore, it's a small country, very few natural resources beyond our people. We're a very young nation, and we have a very complex and very textured society. It is imperative that we have a good understanding of what our operating context looks like. What's changing out there and what's changing within our society. We have to pay attention to those changes in order to be prepared, to position ourselves, and to maybe adjust our operating model ahead of time if need be. You think about Singapore's operating model, it really operates on the flows of things. Goods and services, people, ideas, financial services, and so on and so forth. We have to anticipate changes in all of those areas, which necessitates us taking a global view of the world. And that's why the center exists. Partly to provoke conversations within government in response to all of these changes, but also to connect the government to all the wonderful ideas and the wonderful people out here in this external community doing foresight, so that we can have a broader perspective and see our own blind spots and look at the world through new lenses so that we can do things differently.
Thank you. From a consulting matrix perspective, I often think in terms of 2 by 2, so I have 4 dimensions, the why foresight, the how, the what, and the when. I think you've explored the why, and I feel like many authors that after the COVID crisis, where everybody was focused on the short term, we now need to quickly address the long-term issue. But Amy Webb earlier in her presentation was someone skeptical about the capacity of political leadership to listen and integrate and move on and act on what we're looking at in Foresight. I would like to hear you about how do you make politicians and society listen to what you're doing?
Well, we certainly have the benefit in Wales that it's the law. that's a really good starting point. But I think it's also about recognizing, where politicians and senior leaders are at and the influences and the issues that are on their mind. And certainly, this was something that Amy was talking about. What is concerning them at the moment, and the fact that the entire system generally is stacked towards short-term concerns. So in a public sector context, performance measures tend to be short-term. The electorate tend to think in a short-term way and less encouraged to think beyond. There are constant crises to be dealing with, and governments and politicians are going to rise and fall often by how they deal with those crises. So I think it's about sometimes using techniques to look to the future, scenarios, foresight, but actually dock them back to how they might affect issues that are currently on the mind of politicians. And sometimes you can be finding the policy wins that are both good for current generations and have some real benefits to future generations. I think it's also about looking at things in a kind of holistic way. For example, it's clear that we have not yet won the argument in terms of the action that needs to be taken on climate. If we'd won that argument with all of the evidence that exists, we would be taking much greater action. But actually, in terms of pressing the buttons of some political leadership, the issue which plays more is actually these issues around social justice. Who are going to be the winners and losers in climate? So it might be that actually talking about your trends, scenarios, and foresighting approaches, which might be about climate, but docking that back into the things that actually matter to particular politicians is a better way of getting some of those things to fly. And then the final thing I think I'll say, because I know we're short of time, is that you can have all of the evidence in the world, but unless you're able to communicate that evidence in an accessible way, link it back to current priorities, I think you're on a bit of a hiding to nothing until the entire world embraces perhaps some of the thought leadership that we're seeing from the government here, perhaps some of the thought leadership actually that many indigenous communities have embraced, these seventh generation principles. I think it's a real challenge, and we need to reform those governance mechanisms to ensure that there is that kind of requirement at all levels of government to be thinking to the long term and using evidence, therefore, in terms of foresight and scenarios to really encourage that.
Same for the how to in Singapore. I know communication are simpler in a smaller country than in a very complicated, bureaucratic and large country. But you being within the Prime Minister's office, do you feel that being right there is why they listen to you more than other countries? Or?
For me? Or
for both of you, because both you have your Foresight unit within the PMO.
Okay. So I think you touched great points, Sophia, when you mentioned the co-creation and also the scenario planning. But there were a couple of points when you spoke about the short-term thinking and things like that. I think within the UA, I would call it the UA fabric. It's the way we do work is different from other nations, and every nation has its own modus operandi. For us, when we thought about creating the future, i.e. defining a destination, we were about to conclude the 50 years since the announcement of the UAE, and we said it's going to be over soon, 2021. What happens next? So their Highnesses, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, and their brothers decided to create something called the 2071 Centennial. Not many countries would think 50 years ahead. But how did we do it? We didn't bring consultants from abroad. There were some consultants, but there were experts. There were private sector. There were thought leaders. There were future insight experts. There were citizens. There were people. There were children in schools. There were patients. There were hospital doctors. More than 700 government employees were involved, but thousands of people were engaged in drawing and designing the Centennial 2071. This is how we operate, where we co-design and co-create our destination. Everyone, we call it, this is a shareholding company. And every one of us has one share. And when you have a share in any company, you have the right to design that company. You have the right to create that company. And this is our philosophy. Thinking ahead has proven that this is the right thing to do because it does, I wouldn't say it eliminates catastrophic events or disasters, but at least it eliminates the negative impact. The pandemic, when it happened, when we think about SARS in 2003, it was a huge thing, the media covered it, but it did not paralyze the world. There were cases of around 8,100 or so. But when we think about COVID-19, according to WHO, we have around 616 or 620 million COVID patients or people who got COVID. Now, the whole world was paralyzed for long times. But our education system, it did not stop because we had the e-learning ready. We have Dr. Mansour Al-Awar, one of the champions in e-learning. And actually, one of the success factors is to have champions and heroes who believe in the future. So we had the e-learning for the curriculum was ready from 2000. Many people said to their Highnesses, why do you spend so much money on e-learning? It was a switch off, switch on. The same thing with the health services, hospitals were there. The result was, according to Bloomberg, the UAE was ranked #1 in resilience when it came to COVID. So these are the kind of things where governments take some bold decisions, sometimes very expensive when it comes to financial impact, but very important to secure the what-if scenarios that we are talking about. Now, these are the kind of things where leadership is at the core of development. They're not outside, they're not far away, they're not thinking short-term and elections. They're thinking we're building a nation for hundreds of years to come. And we're building a nation not only for us, always His Highness, when we meet with him, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, he says you're in the business of, and it's one statement, serving people. I'm a civil servant. I need to practice that 2 words, civil servant. It's about serving people. People as in private sector and people. What do they expect from me? They expect the best products and services from government. Unheard of. I'll give one last example from our side when he said, why hotels have star system? Why can't we have in government services offices a star system outside so that a top official like Dr. Mansour or myself or Marwan, we walk in and we see we're a 2-star or a 1-star or a 5-star if we're lucky. So all the government services offices in the UAE, if you walk into one, you will see a star system board. This is thinking ahead. This is future foresight when it comes to services. Sometimes we create services that does not exist today and there is no demand for it today. But when we created it, we saw the appetite. And it immediately, the supply created that demand in the UAE.
I get that. Thank you very much. You gave the SARS example, and earlier Amy Webb was saying that Canada had a very strong foresight capacity. If there was a city that was truly affected by SARS, it was Toronto. Toronto had to kind of shut down itself when SARS happened because we had the first 2 deaths that were reported. So there was no more convention, no more shareholder meetings, very little attendance in theater. So we created in Canada in 2005 a global health intelligence system with staff that were reporting daily to authorities about emerging disease around the world. And well, there was some weak guidance, unfortunately, and in 2019, the government decided to shut down the Global Health Intelligence Network, and we had very little understanding of what was coming from China, even though before we had it. So there is a question of when that I've mentioned earlier, and the what. I think when we face crisis, we're all sometimes sitting ducks, but on the what, I'm sometimes puzzled by what we choose in terms of topics and subjects in Foresight units and how we go about it. Maybe you could say a few words about how you select your topics.
I think it comes down to understanding your audience. Well, first of all, understanding who your audience is and what their current concerns are, and then looking at what we understand of the future in relation to those current concerns. That's what Sophie was saying. We have to dock it back to what our stakeholders are worried about today. And sometimes the future is just a safe space for us to talk about those current day challenges in ways that unlock action, right? Because we are talking about it in a theoretical future, it allows us to imagine responses that we might not otherwise have the space or time or courage to do. And so the scenarios, for example, are very much a way for us to think about the present differently in the guise of the future and perhaps act differently. I also wanted to say a couple of things about being part of the center of government and how that has helped us to move towards action. I think having the infrastructure to generate action, to be connected to the policy community more tightly is definitely beneficial, but infrastructure is not enough. It really is, do we have the tools, the products, and the people to communicate these ideas and to hold safe spaces for our leaders to have these difficult conversations, right? The power of good facilitation is one that I think we often forget. We imagine the trend reports and the scenarios speak for themselves, but frequently they do need someone to stand up and speak for them and to invite a conversation to happen around them and to push that conversation a little bit. Without that impetus, it's very difficult, I think, to generate action, no matter how good the report is, no matter how beautiful the scenarios are, no matter how wonderful your products are. Without that human to stand up and say, let's have a conversation about this. I think that's. Yes.
And Sophie, I know in your mandate, the what are the topics, they are specific, but when you look at the evolution of your role, have the topics changed over time, or will they stay about the same because of how you define future generations?
I think, so we're 7 years into the Future Generations Act. I'm the first commissioner. I'm just coming to the end of my term as commissioner, and I think at the beginning it was tough. We were having to do a lot of thinking. There was a lot of bureaucratic responses to enacting the legislation. You know, it's much easier to fall back on process than actually changing culture, hearts and minds. But over the course of the last 7 years, and actually the pandemic was actually a pivotal moment in that, where we could both reflect back on how well have we sort of understood this risk and prepared for it, not very well at all, and actually what is the change in sort of dynamics of public perception, the old adage of never waste a good crisis, how can we build back better? And that, in line with the framework that our legislation requires in terms of this particular way of thinking, has actually really accelerated the cultural change, I believe, in Wales. So I'm now doing much, much less convincing of the need to, and much more practical how to. And I think that that's really encouraging in terms of seeing that cultural change over that period. Legislation at the beginning certainly helps to prompt that. It's not the only answer. There's still a big program behind it, but having that legislation and that statutory requirement is certainly a good starting point.
There is a risk factor that Amy Webb mentioned before, and you may know that story, but it's once there are three women who are together, it's a doctor, a lawyer, and a risk manager, and they are debating the merits of having or not having a lover outside of their wedding. So the doctor lady says, well, it's really bad to have a lover, it's stressful, it's bad for your art. The lawyer lady said, well, no, it's really good for my divorce practice, so I think it should have one. And the risk manager says, no, actually, you need both. You need a husband and a lover, because when the husband thinks that you are with the lover, and when the lover thinks that you are with the husband, you can stay longer hours at night at the office and play with your risk models, And it's the risk manager era, I think, that we will see outside of the crisis. I went through 9/11 like you. It was a recruitment of risk managers for 2 or 3 years. After the financial crisis, it was recruitment of financial risk manager, and now it's health policy risk manager. I mean, it's either you are almost in the risk management camp or you're not there at all. While when we listen to you, His Excellency, there is much more optimism. It's much more about opportunities. And in that culture, I think we have something to learn from it. Not that risk management is not good, but in terms of opportunities management, I wonder how we could beef up the capacity of Foresight experts to position their clients, their audience, to those opportunities that are positive.
I think optimism comes with seeing opportunities. Sometimes it's so hard to see the opportunities. We hear about the challenges, the disasters, the catastrophic things that are taking place. But there are tons of beautiful things in the world that are taking place where we can collaborate and we do magical things. If we can invest a fraction of what we spend on things that are unnecessary, on research towards autism or research towards cancer, trust me, we would have found the solutions decades ago. But I think there are 4 things that I would like to focus on when it comes to how we operate in terms of future foresight in a positive way. One of them is the culture thing, where it's embedded, it's part of the way we operate, it's the part of how we behave, it's thinking about the positive things. The second one is about creating that structure. The structure could be an agency like the Prime Minister's office or the Executive Councils, and Asha is there, but there are tons of offices where they have future foresight embedded, whether clearly mentioned or there are champions and heroes. The third one is people, and this is when I spoke about Dr. Mansour establishing the very first e-university in the Middle East decades ago. Now, people think, why the UAE is launching an e-university? But Dr. Mansour and his team and the leadership saw something. They saw an opportunity. It was, of course, a vacuum. It was a gap, but they saw an opportunity for us. So people and champions to be celebrated is very important. And the last thing is process. And this is where I say future foresight should be cross-cutting all the government operations, all the systems in place. Future foresight has to be part of the way hospitals operate, how the schools are operating. When I meet my children every day at night time and they go to a good school, I would say, they speak about things that I did not speak about when I was in school. Now, my grandchildren will speak different from my children. So the things that are changing in the UAE and being a very cosmopolitan, a very inclusive society forces you in a positive way to have a wider horizon, to accept people. And when you accept people without judging us on the way we dress up, whether I'm wearing a kandura or the lady is wearing a hijab, abaya, there are local girls covered and there are girls that are not covered. There are some UAE nationals boys wearing trousers and jeans. It does not matter. As long as this thing functions and operates in a positive way, you're going to do magical stuff. So this is where we treat people based on intellects and goodness towards humanity. The whole world worked on something beautiful for nations that are deprived from the thought leadership and the expertise or the ability to hire, I'm sorry to say, expensive consultants. They created the Sustainable Development Goals, a roadmap for 2030. And it covers 17 goals: education, fighting poverty, no hunger, climate change, cross-country collaboration, peace and justice. If all countries just take the UN SDGs and put it as a destination, that's future foresight. As simple as this. It's written, it's there, it's documented. You don't need to do the 200 plus indicators. There are KPIs. Do 100 KPIs. You'll achieve a lot. Do 50 KPIs. People will feel the difference. At the end of the day, if people cannot feel the strategy of the government or the policies that governments are creating, the products of the government and so on and so forth, there is no need. If we can't translate it, if we can't humanize Vision 2071, if we cannot humanize a public policy, it's obsolete. There is no need.
It's somewhat visionary as well. You even have a date when Emiratis will be on Mars. I read it in 2117, you wish to have people on Mars. On the model that Wales has developed, I'm trying to see, are you able to think of similar countries where, I don't know, the Netherlands or Finland, etc., that can adopt something that was developed? Wales is what, 3.5 million people, something like that. So are we able to scale a model like yours about not just the protection of future generations, the thinking about what we do, is it as good ancestors? Would you see a global kind of replication of what you're doing?
Well, you're hearing from what I've heard described as a league of small and awesome nations on the panel here today, showing what the small countries can actually do and the really progressive approaches that can be taken. And I think, you know, it is often easier in smaller countries. The connections are greater, the reach is greater. You know, there's a more direct route to government and influencing and so on. But actually, I think, you know, what we've achieved in Wales is already being adopted elsewhere. So the Scottish Government is about to have its own legislation for future generations. Indeed, you know, some aspects of the well-being approach of our legislation. I know Her Excellency Ahoud El-Roumi is built into the well-being strategy here in the UAE. Most excitingly, I think the United Nations Secretary General has set out an intention in our common agenda, which says that he wants to follow, I suppose, this model at a UN level with the declaration for future generations at a UN level, the appointment of a UN Special Envoy for future generations, which I guess is the sort of UN equivalent of my role, and reforms to the UN's own governance infrastructure to embed the interests of future generations and futures thinking in that. So I think if you ever think that you're too small, you should perhaps look at what some of these League of Small and Awesome Nations are achieving and the way in which they're influencing policy on a global scale.
Well, from a timing perspective, ladies and gentlemen, we could be talking about the future forever until the future takes place. I'm reminded that we basically have 1 last minute. How do you see your own future, the future of what you're doing in the coming years?
For me, as simple as maybe you would say that the future is limitless, honestly. It's for us, all of us, to conquer. If we really remain positive and think positive, the opportunities are beyond millions, trillions of opportunities for all of us to do good things for ourselves and for the communities around us.
I'm excited. I mean, the future is, the possibilities are limitless, but I think as a practice, as a field, foresight is also evolving. And it's a continuous experiment on how we can better think about the future, better act on the future. And I'm excited to be part of this experiment with this community and with my colleagues in government.
Well, I think I'm still currently the world's only Future Generations Commissioner with statutory powers, but I think there are a lot of Futures friends here today, and so I suppose my vision for the future, where do I see things going, is that the people in this audience won't be trying to convince and persuade, but will be embedded in governance structure with legal powers, so that every country in the world is legally mandated and required to consider and act in the interests of future generations.
Excellent. Well, as this session was recorded by camera, I hope that in 50 years from now, when someone watched the video, they will think that we were right in thinking about that and being optimistic. Thank you very much, His Excellency, for your time, participation, and for hosting us. Thank you, Sophie, for coming from far away, like did also Jeanette. Thank you for your time. Thank you again, and we are moving on to the next session. Thank you very much, and have plenty full of ideas and forecasts coming out of the coming 2 days. Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، ستبدأ بعد قليل جلسة حوارية بعنوان الجغرافيا والدبلوماسية في مستقبل بلا حدود، يقدمها سكوت سميث من تشينجست، وذلك في قاعة المحاضرات. وستبدأ جلسة حوارية بعد قليل بعنوان هل سيسهم قطاع الفضاء في تصميم القرن المقبل؟ يقدمها سعيد القرقاوي من مؤسسة دبي للمستقبل، وذلك في قاعة المستقبل بالطابق السابع. يرجى التوجه إلى القاعات. Ladies and gentlemen, a panel session titled Will Borders Be Relevant in the Future? Moderated by Scott Smith.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Towards that's the fact. And with that in mind, let me introduce our speakers. First, with Michal on my right. She is a space architect, founder of ZISO Innovation and Architecture Lab, and founder and CEO of the Sleep dual-use space tech startup. To her right, we have Diego Urbina, who is the Future Projects and Exploration Team Leader at Space Applications Services in Belgium, and the European Space Agency's crew member in the Mars 500 mission. To his right, we have Dr. Athena Kostines, Chair of COSPAR, Planetary Protection Panel, as well as the Chair of the European Space Agency's Human Spaceflight and Exploration Science Advisory Committee. And to her right, finally, we have Mark Beer, who is the Minister of Justice for Asgardia, the co-founder of 7 Pillars Law, Chairman of the Metis Institute, and the co-founder of the University of Oxford's Deep Tech Dispute Resolution Lab. Please welcome our speakers for today. So to get the juices flowing, and since we're in the Dubai Future Forum, the question for the panelists is, in 1 minute, and we'll start with Michal, what is your forecast for the next 50 years in space exploration? No pressure.
No pressure. Can you hear me? Yes. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Well, I think that we are now living in, we are living in the new space era. That means that more people are starting to become aware of what is happening in space. And not only that, in the next 50 years, we are going to see more and more people going to space. And even us are going to start going from point to point on Earth using spaceships instead of airplanes. There are airports being built around the world. 44, I think, is the current number. So a lot of us are going to experience space, and there's a unique thing that is happening when you experience space. When you see Earth in one vision, you don't see borders. You see one very delicate kind of blue marble, and there's something that's called the overview effect. It's a shift in consciousness that makes you think about everything very, very differently. So that would be very, very exciting.
All right, and that will create, I'm sure, a ripple effect on everything. Diego?
All right, so I think that we're set for a very exciting 5 decades that are coming. Within this decade, we're going back to the moon. We're going to start to learn how to use the resources of the moon, doing many experiments and testing different things that will help us later living on the moon. That's going to be perhaps the next decade. We're going to be living for the first time for longer periods on a planetary body. And this will teach us a great deal about how to live even further into the solar system. Within the next 2-3 decades, we're going to establish an economy in space. So we're going to be doing in space all the economic activities that we do on Earth, but there. And hopefully, soon enough, we're going to be living on Mars. Yeah, I hope that this will be within my lifetime. So it's quite exciting what's going on.
Thank you, Diego. Dr. Athena?
Yes, I don't know if you can hear me. I hear a lot of noise in this room myself. But I think to this tough question, there is one certainty for the future. And that certainty is that everybody in this room, including those people back there, are curious. Everybody has curiosity. Curiosity leads to exploration. Exploration leads to knowledge. So I think that one thing is for sure, that in the coming decades, we will increase our knowledge. And because we're talking about space, I will tell you that there is one fundamental question that we're going to be able to answer in the next 50 years, I hope. And that is there life elsewhere in the solar system? Because that is one fundamental question that us scientists, space scientists, need to answer. Because if life has emerged in different environments, in different places, then it mind blows our whole concept of how life came to be. So this is my prediction for the next decade.
That's the trillion-dollar question. Is there life in the solar system? Mark?
Thank you very much, Saeed, and it's so wonderful to be here in the city of the future, in a country that's committed to the future. We're coming off the back of connecting minds and creating the future, now looking at how we're going to design the future and how we're going to execute on it, and it's wonderful to be around such brilliant people. Now, they do say it's dangerous to make predictions, especially about the future. But I'm going to try and do it, and this is what I think the answer is. Within 50 years, we will be living on the moon. Within 100 years, we will be living on Mars. Elon Musk thinks there's going to be 1 million of us living on Mars by the end of the century. But what will be the accelerator? What will drive this transition to be living on the moon and on Mars? Unfortunately, I predict it will be an existential event. It will not happen organically. It will be war, it will be disease, or it will be climate and famine. But those three existential threats, I think, will accelerate us towards looking to live on other planets within 50 years.
All right, thank you, Mark. And I'm glad you mentioned these points. You're the only one in the panel that has looked extensively, at least from a legal perspective. And my question is sort of, what do you foresee, or how do you think humanity will be able to go past some legal and regulatory hurdles in space, since it's an uncharted territory to some extent?
Well, we do have some of the world's leading space lawyers in the room, so I express this with a degree of caution. But there are two types of laws that apply to space. Treaty-based laws, the last significant one was in 1967, and then sort of general accords. And I think we'll all agree that the world is not in a place where we're likely to get universal national consensus for treaties. So I think we're going to move towards more consensus-based decision-making. And that consensus can't just be driven by the government. It's got to be driven by the synthesis of the government and private sector. Because Morgan Stanley say space will be worth $1 trillion by 2040 to the business community. Tourism alone estimated to be worth $3 billion by 2030. So the private sector and the public sector are going to have to come together to start making rules. And those rules are not going to be defined by borders and barriers and tariffs, which is how we've designed the nation since 1648, the Treaty of Westphalia. Our first in 300 years of humankind, our first nation state was created within the last 400. It's not going to be based on control. It's going to be based on consensus. It's not going to be based on control. It's going to be based on consensus. And we've got to move in these environments away from what I call the ecosystems. It's my country, it's my sovereignty, it's my laws, it's my regulation, it's my citizen. An ecosystem, we've got to move to an ecosystem where we're all in it together, because we will not survive on Mars and we will not survive on the moon unless we're all in it together, private and public, and humans all working together for the greater good. So I think what we're going to see is laws and regulations as we know them will move from control-based to consensus-based, and I think we've got to move away from me into us.
How practical is that? We don't see that happening here on Earth, let alone off Earth.
Yeah, and look, that's going to be the question, because it won't happen. We won't be able to achieve our ambitions in space until we do start to have consensus, because you know, if you think in this room that we will get the United Nations together for a treaty like they did in 1967, given the state of the world today, you know, raise your hands if you think that will happen. Because if it isn't going to happen, then it's got to be done by consensus. And space is no longer the final frontier, it's the next frontier. So if we're going to get there, if we're going to generate $1 trillion of economic value, then we've got to do it by consensus.
Dr. Thin, I think you had something to add to that.
I think there is something happening these days on Earth. So you mentioned before that I'm currently chairing the COSPAR Planetary Protection panel. And planetary protection is all about protecting outside space and protecting the Earth. Okay, so we have 12 space agencies in that panel, and we have an equal number of scientists, just to make sure that any discussion there has a balance and has a profit. And the idea is to bring regulations on how do we go about this space for all, space for everybody, but in a safe and sustainable way. And we have the private sector, and we have the space agencies' representatives. And what is the idea? The idea is exactly what you were saying before, Mark, that we are afraid, we're scared about what we can do to space and what we can do to our own planet. And fear is a very good motivation for doing things and for applying regulations. The idea is if you go out to Mars and you said we'll live there, okay? But what if we destroy the environment there? What if we destroy the evidence of what Mars can teach us about the Earth? What Mars can teach us about where we came from, about life emergence, and about climate change. That's not good, right? So we have to do it in a very safe and sustainable way. And what if we go to Mars and we bring back a sample, and that sample has extraterrestrial life? We need protocols, we need protection, we need to have the right measures. So this is what we take on board as scientists and agency representatives, and the private sector is very much willing not to be branded with "you destroyed the Earth." And so they come to our table and we have this kind of discussions. It's one step, it's one tiny little thing, but every tiny little thing leads to knowledge, as I was saying before, leads to us coming together behind safe and sustainable exploration of space.
Thank you for that. Diego, I wanted to ask you, since you've been on a simulated mission, you have been as close to any of us to a simulated situation in terms of long duration missions, right? In your opinion, how close are we to becoming that multi-planetary species or off-world species?
Yeah, so I think it still will take some work. There's many things that we still need to figure out: how to survive with radiation in space, how to deliver the astronauts safe to that planet, how to make sure that we can supply spare parts, or in fact manufacture them on site to maintain the settlement. So there are many things that we have to figure out, but I believe that we're taking the right steps. We're lowering the costs of access to space, which is quite important through reusable rockets. We're going to explore the moon, which is quite important for us to learn how it is to live on a different planetary body, but with a little bit less risk than living on Mars yet. This will teach us a lot about living on Mars. And we're also creating this space economy that would make it more feasible to have these future space settlements, if nothing else, because we're going to reduce the cost of being able to do so. So I think we're on the right track. It will take a few decades to be able to get there, but we're on the right track.
Just to touch on that, is there a way, in your opinion, that we, may responsibly expedite or accelerate that process?
I think to accelerate that process, we can invest more. Governments can invest more. We can also private ventures can take more risks, invest more, and that would certainly accelerate our development. And ultimately, it will depend a lot in the next decade or next couple of decades on the level of success that these private ventures can have in space, and that could make it even much quicker than what I'm saying. So I think that there's many variables there.
Thank you for that.
I can add to that.
Go ahead.
I think it's not only an option to accelerate it, I think it's necessary. Looking at Earth, we are living in an environment, maybe not so in Dubai because it's very advanced, but all over the world, we're living in environments that were designed and infrastructures that were designed hundreds of years ago as a different social structure, different technology, different times, and it's very hard for us to keep up with the pace of change. In space, it takes even longer to design the very, very complex infrastructure to actually live in space. And we have to start accelerating that thinking process because we are talking about the people that will live in space will not be us. It will be our children, our grandchildren, and we have to be able to design today environments for the future for them. And a lot of people it's a very interesting kind of balance to thinking how we are designing for ourselves if we would go to space, as opposed to how we should actually design, which is for diverse people that are much younger today that will eventually be the ones who are living in space. So I started to work in the field and I talked to people and they said, well, you're an architect, you're too early for the game. And I was like, nope, you are too late. I think we have to do this work and type of thinking now and really think about how people can thrive in space as opposed to just surviving. So it's something that is necessary to accelerate what we're doing.
And I wanted to ask you, Diego mentioned that there are a few things we need to sort out before we can not only live in space and be able to function, but again, to thrive. And we've heard that design or human-centered design as part of foresight, as part of policy making, and not so much in space. And you're one of the few people I've met that actually focuses on that. So if you want to touch upon it.
Yeah, definitely. So as I mentioned, we are living in the new space era. That means that the power is coming in the hands of commercial entities, private entities, as opposed to governments. That means, on the one hand, that we can do things faster. On the other hand, it means that there are specific people who are making decisions that are maybe yes or no relevant to everyone. And when we're talking about human-centered design, we should think about how different types of people, let's say people with disabilities, how will they go to space? How will they experience space? Maybe their disabilities on Earth will become superpowers in space. We have a lot of ways to think about it in a new way because we are no longer looking at the superhuman astronauts that are there enduring very, very harsh environments. They can work under extreme pressures and they don't complain. We're looking towards a completely different future, and this is a time where everything is shifting. So today I am one of the few space architects who focus on inclusive-based, human-centered design. I was privileged to speak to engineers and scientists at NASA about this, and I hope more people will join me, because I think this is something that we have to kind of put our finger on and hurry to do and impact and change the way things are going, because we don't want to end up how we're ending up here on Earth. That is really hard to change things that we already placed. Yeah, so.
Thank you for that.
If I may add to that, sorry.
Absolutely.
The research that people like Michal are doing is quite important towards having this multi-planet civilization. In the Mars 500 mission, I realized how important it is to have a nice place to live that cannot only be this tin can in which you may have, if you live in just a tin can for the rest of your life, let's face it, you may have a pretty miserable life. So it is important that you have something to look forward, something positive for the future. You know, if you ask me before the Mars 500 mission if I would go on a one-way round trip to Mars with 5 people living in a tin can forever, I would have said yes. But after the mission, I realized how important it is to have something, how connected you are to humankind, and how better it might be to live rather than with just 5 people, with maybe hundreds, thousands of people in a nice, habitable place that gives you some will to live. And that's what we ultimately want from expanding humankind into the solar system. So it's quite important.
Yeah, I'm very much inspired by what you just said, but because habitability is my specialty, I just wanted to, and we are discussing future, right, here. I just wanted to take us back to some basic things. And this is, what do we need? I mean, well-being is one thing, but what do we need to survive as a terrestrial living form? What do you need today? What do you need to live?
So you need water, food, energy security.
Okay, water, energy, well, you need the heat, right? I mean, if you live in a cold country, then you suffer. What else do you need? Nobody here needs to eat. You need nutrients, okay? You need energy, water, nutrients, and the other thing you need is a stable environment, because if you're not in a stable environment, you don't have enough time for metabolism. Okay, good, because you are knowledgeable people. Usually when I ask that question, people say oxygen. You don't need oxygen. Life did not emerge in an oxygen-laden environment. So these are the things that we look for in habitable environments in the solar system. This is what space missions are about. Space missions is about finding water in other places, organics, that's the chemistry, that's the nutrients, energy sources, and a stable environment. This is our exploration. If we can't find those things out there, then one of the messages is you have to protect what we have here on Earth. The second message is, what can you bring out there? So we're talking about the future, right? Okay, maybe I can bring water. Maybe I can find it. Maybe I can dig it out. Maybe I can get some organics. But the only other place in the solar system where you have organic chemistry is not on Mars. It's not on the moon. You don't even have an atmosphere there. My favorite object is Titan. Okay, Titan is a long way from here. It's a satellite around Saturn, but it has nitrogen atmosphere. And by the way, what are you breathing all right now? What are you breathing? You're breathing nitrogen. 78% of what you're breathing right now is N2. So Titan has N2. It has water ice on the surface, and it has an organic chemistry. So I'm selling places over there in Titan if anybody wants them. But frankly, it's far away. Okay? It takes us 8 years to get there. So nothing is easy. So we start by protecting our Earth here and living species here. And then we look at what we can do in the future. And in the future, as Mark was saying, maybe we'll go live somewhere, perhaps on Mars, perhaps on Titan. But it's not going to be easy. And that's the message I just want people to understand. Nothing is easy out there. Space missions are fine. I designed them. But that doesn't take you to where a living organism can survive.
And I wanted to ask you on that, you know, you focus a lot on in-situ resource utilization, right? When you're talking about food, water, or even energy. It sounds much easier than what it is, trying to get your resources from an off-world location.
From where? I'm
in
sorry.
In situ resource utilization.
Yeah,
so if you or even Diego can touch on this in terms of what are you seeing in terms of that development, and where do we seem to be headed as sector?
Yeah, the private sector is extremely interested in mining, for instance, the moon or mining Mars. That doesn't get you very far, let me tell you. The biosphere experiment on Earth, they tried it so many times. It failed every time. There is no way that you can get everything that you need for the human being today with the means that we have. I'm hoping in the future, but it's not the in-situ resources on the moon. There's so little water, if there is any water, in the permanently shadowed regions. There's so little metal that you can extract. The hydrogen for you to get propulsion systems is very short in limited, quantities. So what you really need is to be able to transport from here, from the Earth, in some locations where you want to build bases. We need bases to go from the Earth to the moon, from the moon to Mars, from Mars to Titan. It's a stepwise process that is going to take quite some time. So in situ resources, yes, for a short time and for limited things, but not for a sustainable future.
Yes, indeed, as Athena said, there's very little chance that we can get absolutely everything we need from the moon or from other planetary bodies. But there is quite a good deal of things that we can get from there. If we look at the moon, about 40% of what we're looking at is oxygen that is in the lunar regolith that we can extract. We can make propellant out of that. It's the largest part of a rocket is full of oxygen. We don't need to take it if we get it from the moon. We can make oxygen for astronauts to breathe. We can extract metals from the oxides on the lunar surface to make spare parts for the lunar missions. We can build infrastructure on the moon, and the benefit of in situ resource utilization is that it can save us a lot of money that we would otherwise not even be able to spend when we work on these missions. So that's in the short term that we're going to do that. We are going to first to demonstrate that it's possible. We'll be working with the European Space Agency to demonstrate the first extraction of the first 100 grams of oxygen from the lunar surface by the mid-2020s. We're also considering the sun as a resource because we can provide energy. We're designing a charging station for the moon where people can come and charge their robots and charge all their systems, and we can sell that as a service. So that helps enabling that short-term space economy. And in the longer term, rather long, we can think of moving resources between planets. We can even bring resources to Earth, things that are very valuable and that are widely available in space, bring them back to Earth, and bring in even propellant to the Earth orbit to power satellites that are flying to different orbits. So I think that the space resources pave the way to be able to do affordable exploration and living on other planets, which is quite nice.
Oh, thank you for that.
I can add on that, if I may. Sure. We are, a lot of times when we're thinking about space, we're kind of trying to solve a 1,000-piece puzzle in our head. And sometimes we just have to start, and things will happen, and things that we don't necessarily expect can happen. A lot of times when we talk about how will our life on the moon or on Mars will look, there's always one or two answers, or this is the best way, and of course there is no one right answer, like there is no one way of living on Earth. Like Diego mentioned, there are already startup companies creating amazing innovation about extracting oxygen from the moon regolith. There's a company, Israeli company called Helios. They contacted me. They said, listen, during our process, we get oxygen, but we also get liquid metals that we can put into forms and then afterwards used for architecture. What would the future space architecture on the moon, what would it look like if it was built from metals and steel? Now, when you think about moon or lunar architecture, you don't necessarily think of those resources, but that specific technology can give us an abundance of a specific material. So a lot of times things will happen that we don't really expect or understand or prepare for, but we kind of have to be agile enough to shift the way we work and the way we do things as things go. And the other thing that I wanted to say is that one of the former NASA administrator, Mr. Charles Bolden, who was also an astronaut, he always says that the first reason that we explore space is for the benefit of Earth. So a lot of times doing things differently in space can allow us to really think about how to innovate and even disrupt things that we are so used to doing the same way on Earth.
So off Earth, for Earth, basically.
Exactly.
The NASA slogan. Mark, since we were touching on the moon, China a few months ago announced that they're really interested in getting helium-3 to be able to build miniaturized nuclear reactors here on Earth. As someone that's looking at what Michal was saying, new frontiers that we have yet to understand in space, what are your sort of insights on how do we go ahead and addressing these aspects?
As I say, I think a lot of what we've heard is not about complexity, because much is possible today. What we're hearing is the challenge is cost. It's the cost of moving organic matter to another planet. It's the cost of transporting the infrastructure that we can build to another planet or using infrastructure that exists. It's about cost. If we look back in history, at the point at which the maximum investment has been made financially in changing the world, it tends to come out of existential threat. The Second World War gave us the first electric computer. Why? Because in Bletchley Park they needed to crack the Enigma code. The Second World War gave us the first jet engine. Why? Because air superiority was going to be the way to win the war. And the Second World War gave us $2 billion, that's in 1945, $2 billion, 125,000 person nuclear program to create the nuclear bomb. Out of existential crisis comes investment to transition us into a new way of doing it. And that's why I think for space, for what we're talking about, it will not come out of an organic discussion. It will come out of a need, be it disease, be it war, be it famine induced by climate. But that's what will trigger it. Sadly, it won't come out of scientific inquisitiveness, right? And then we start thinking about investment in space. Now, way back when Henry Ford wanted to build a factory, he didn't have the money. So he went to friends and family in the bank and he said, lend me the money to build a car factory. I've got a model, I've got a thought about how we can mechanize the design of a car. And he went to his lawyer and he said, would you lend me $5,000? And the lawyer went to his bank manager and said, this guy Henry Ford, he knows a bit about cars, he wants to build a factory, he's asked me if I can borrow $5,000, which was a lot of money in those days. To which the bank manager said, the horse is here to stay, but the automobile is only a novelty. Do not invest the money. The lawyer gave Henry Ford $5,000. It became worth $12.5 million. So the reality that we have today, space is hard, space is difficult, space is expensive, coming out of some existential event which causes the world to invest in looking abroad, and then comes to individuals like us in the private sector and said, do you want to come in as well? I think that will be the accelerator that moves us towards doing the unimaginable. the modern day moon landing, which is starting to build communities on the moon within 50 years and on Mars within 100 years. I think those will be the drivers.
Thank you for that. And it leads me to a question for the rest of the panelists, since we have enough time just for everyone to contribute. We have a room full of futurists, people in government, private sector, academia. How can other industries, in your opinion, with what was mentioned today, learn from the space sector in trying to anticipate the future opportunities as well as challenges, in your opinion? So I think we'll start with Athena.
Yeah, so in 2010, I decided to build a space mission from scratch with this crazy idea that I was going to fly a balloon on Titan. Because like I said before, Titan, I'm a bit biased, okay, but it has a very thick atmosphere and you can fly anything in it. You can fly an airplane, you can fly a balloon. And nobody, absolutely nobody, at the observatory where I work, and including the European Space Agency, thought that that was possible or feasible. So I went to see Airbus. And I said, well, I have this crazy idea about a balloon. And they were so happy. And they lent me, I don't know how many people, not money, but people who helped me, you know, design this balloon that was going to fly in there. And by the way, wouldn't you want to land something there? How about landing something on a sea? Titan has seas of hydrocarbon. And, you know, they helped me design the lander that was going to go there and everything. And by that time, Thales, Selenia Space, had heard about it. And they called me on the phone and said, oh, we would like to help, you know, would you like us to come on board? And these are big industries, but I also had smaller industries, OHB in Germany, and people from Italy and everywhere saying, and Luxembourg, you know, saying, yeah, we'd like to come on board and help with that. And it's exactly what you were saying. It wasn't the banks, but it was the industry who thought that the idea was exciting. And it went on every magazine around the world. You have this balloon flying in Titan's atmosphere with a lander landing on an extraterrestrial sea. And it's just the imagination of people. And people have this kind of imagination and can see further that will help you. Whether it's the private sector, whether it's the industry, whether it's the scientists or somebody else, the miracle happens when everybody comes together. The miracle happens when people come together with one of those dreams, and then my God, you know, it's fireworks, right? Absolutely. And so we need everybody on board. And I need my students, and my students are the younger generation who come to me and say, oh, I have this crazy idea. And I say, okay, what is it? I want to build a space city that is going like this and that around the Earth, you know. I say, okay, let's sit down and think about it. So I think, Mark, you're right, but the curiosity, whether it comes from scientists, whether it comes from, you know, banks, or whether it comes from the industry, is what is going to drive us.
To build on that, I can maybe go next. Not only we need everybody, we need a community of people. Exploring space is not something that one sector could do alone, not something even that one government or one country could do alone. It's something that is a joint effort, and it's also multidisciplinary. When we are designing a spacecraft, it's not just aerospace engineers, it's them as well as space doctors and psychologists and architects and designers. And a lot of people have to contribute to doing one thing. And I think that's something that we can implement here on Earth, even in our, for example, academic institution. Maybe there is a room for a change not to have different faculties. Maybe projects or things should be learned together, because we are thinking in space, and we should start thinking on Earth also in a way that is more interdisciplinary. How different views, different expertise can contribute to a joint goal. So I think that's something that we, different sectors can take from space and implement.
Oh, thank you for that. Diego?
Yes, I think that we need each other, definitely. So we, as private industry, cannot necessarily just go now and build everything in space. I think the idea in the near term is that we could have space agencies and governments as anchor customers of services, and agencies like NASA have already realized this and are being very smart about this, and are, for example, for their lunar missions are not necessarily building absolutely everything they need, but are leaving some room for private companies, for smart entrepreneurs to come and propose a business model and deliver things as a service. And I think that is key, because at the beginning it will be a service provided to governments, but on the long run it will be services provided by privates also to privates, and this will lead to many other wonderful things in space. So I think that we need definitely each other. Yeah.
I think, so to wrap it all together, I remember hearing this from members of the Emirates Mars mission, the HOPE probe team. They had a mantra of saying that if we do our jobs perfectly, as people in the space sector, it will not be us or our children who will be benefiting from the work that we're doing here, but it will be our grandchildren. Because of, as Michal mentioned, the interdisciplinary interdisciplinary notion of space and the way it works spills over to everything. And on that note, I would like to thank you, our panelists. Please join me in thanking them. And we hope that you enjoy the rest of the forum, and we thank you again for making it. Have a wonderful day. Assalamu alaikum.
السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ بعد قليل كلمة رئيسية بعنوان لماذا نصمم المستقبل، يتحدث خلالها معالي محمد عبد الله القرقاوي، وزير شؤون مجلس الوزراء، نائب رئيس مجلس الأمناء والعضو المنتدب لمؤسسة دبي للمستقبل، والدكتور ميتشيو كاكو الخبير في الفيزياء النظرية ورائد المستقبل العالمي. Ladies and gentlemen,
Estonia with the sort of innovation of the e-visa, e-residency, poking a hole in the firewall of a country to allow a new sort of form of access. I think now there are at least eight countries that have an e-residency program. Of course, with the misfortune of COVID, we saw, and I'll use that futurist word, unprecedented rearranging of people and place around the world, with people sort of moving where they were living, where they were working. We've seen the innovation of the digital nomad visa, and in many places around the world that has allowed people to so this is a topic that will no doubt continue to see evolution, rapid evolution and innovation over the next few decades, and that's why we're here this morning to have this conversation. I'm Scott Smith, founder and managing partner of Changeist. We're a futures research and consulting group based in an indeterminate geographic location. We're a Dutch company, but we operate basically all over the world. I've been working in Foresight for about 22, 23 years and wrote a book called How to Future that the finest book signings and bookshops in Dubai carry. My panelists here who are here to join me today are from the far end to this end. Dubai Belul, who is the founder and chief executive officer of Fikr Institute, an interdisciplinary foreign policy think tank based in Dubai. Dubai is also a published author and Rhodes Scholar whose research focuses on the intersection of diplomacy, global governance, and culture. So welcome. In between, we have Joshua Polchar. Josh is a strategic foresight practitioner and engagement designer at the OECD Observatory of Public Sector Innovation. With working experience in dozens of government and international organizations, he designs and delivers interventions and processes to build anticipatory capacity in a range of settings. Josh is an alumnus and former facilitator of the Oxford Scenarios program, as well as a lecturer on Disrupted Futures course at the EM Lyon Business School. So welcome, Joshua. And just to my right, Dr. Amy Hohadl is an expert in the transformation of global cities, highly relevant to this topic. Currently executive director of global business at the Connected Places Catapult in London. She works with local leaders, entrepreneurs, city and national governments around the world, including Gulf states, India, Africa, Latin America, and across ASEAN. She's the author of Local Leadership in a Global Era, Policy and Behavior Change in Cities, and explores the changing roles leaders play in addressing local challenges through global engagement. So with that, I would like to dive into this topic, and what we want to be able to do is sort of look at different sort of scope and scale of this issue, but also hopefully work our way forward in time a little bit, starting with kind of where we are now, but perhaps speculate a bit more about where this topic may go. Dubai, I'd like to begin with you. And we're fortunate to have you with us on this panel, and you probably have a closer view of the types of changes and innovations that have been happening here in this region, in this country, a lot of the competition that's sort of brewing for global talent. And I'm curious from your perspective, where you see that kind of emerge from. We heard His Excellency Omar Alama this morning telling us about kind of the journey of Dubai, but I'm curious what is it within the culture, within the sort of ambition that has driven that innovation around belonging, citizenship, and residency?
Thank you very much, and it's an honor to share the panel with my colleagues and with yourself today. I think the nexus or the tension between ideas surrounding nationalism versus globalization are slightly not in their place. We tend to look at it through a very, I would say, rigid binary dichotomy. But if we look at what are challenges facing most countries at a national level globally, we see climate change, how to best tackle that, how to create educational systems that will help us recover from the setback of the pandemic, how do we advance the recovery of our economic systems, how do we accelerate our progress towards the SDGs. And what all of these issues have in common is actually they're not national, they're global. And in order for us to be able to tackle global challenges, what we require is global solutions. And I think the main challenge is how do we move beyond the rhetoric when it comes to that? Because we can sit all day and talk about, the advantages of globalization and how, it's such a bright future that we're hopefully moving towards. But I think unless we start breaking down the nuance behind that, we would be in this sort of endless cycle of idealism or things like, yes, we're all global citizens, but what does that truly mean? And unpacking definitions of who can be considered global versus not is also as problematic. I think growing up, I fell, I wouldn't say a trap, but I've always tried to associate myself with thinking, I'm a global citizen. And when I've studied in Western contexts, for example, I faced certain resistance because subconsciously, we have associated global with being Western, instead of global actually being an inclusive term that we can share as truly global citizens. So I think I encourage a more nuanced view of definitions in order to start this debate, and I look forward to hearing what the rest of the panel's thoughts on this.
Thank you. I think that opens up a lot of the topics that we want to cover throughout this session. Amy, Dubai has just kind of laid out this idea of like the dichotomy between global and the sort of regional belonging and cultures. Cities play an incredibly important role in this, correct? And there's a lot of interesting things happening at cities. Cities have led the response, for example, to COVID. In a lot of cases, cities are taking initiative in economic development. So I'm interested in kind of from where you sit, engaging with city leaders, as you said, local level to deal with global challenges. What does this issue look like from their perspective and from your perspective?
Great. Shukran, Scott. Sabanur, everyone. Sabanur. اسمي دكتور إيمي هوهارو أتكلم شوية عربي أنا آسفة أدرس عربي لكن أدرس عربي شكرا trying. I think one of the things that we should start with when we're thinking about cities in this context around nationalism, passports, national borders, cities, is to put a little bit of perspective on this. So when we think about the arc of history, I promise this will only take 2 minutes, Scott. Starting 4.5 billion years ago, the Earth was formed. But then, modern humans, 300,000 years ago, not that long. Modern cities, urbanization, that's about 6,000 years ago. When you look at the idea of borders, we're only talking about 400 to 500 years ago, modern borders. So this is a very recent development in our history, and we're already thinking about what does that mean for cities, what does that mean for places. And so, I think that it's important to keep that in perspective because we think of borders a lot of times as constant, as ancient, as immovable. The fact is they're very new and they're very malleable. And those borders have changed in the past weeks and months. So this is a new concept, and that means that we have the ability to shape it. So I think that there are two pathways from here. And when I say from here, I mean this conference, really, because we're the ones that are thinking about what are the opportunities to move forward. So there's an opportunity for one pathway to be what are our next steps, kind of very near. This is what's happening. We have the pandemic. There are challenges around migration. What new rules can we put in place around our borders to accommodate that? That's kind of what we can do in the near future. But then we look a little bit further ahead, and I think there's the idea of how do we make our future? And that's really what I think we should be talking about. And when we think about it that way, then we kind of flip the conversation on its head. We're not talking about what does tech mean for going through the border at the airport. We're thinking about what's the future we want to have, and then we work backwards from there to say, okay, what is the purpose of that border? What are we trying to accomplish with that border? There's a famous architect who said, technology or innovation is the answer, but what was the question? So I think that we really, those of us here in this room, I think we have the ability to frame that question. And so that's where I think we should start when it comes to places or cities or thinking about our national borders.
Thank you. picking up on that thought, Joshua, we had a conversation, as panels do, prior to getting together today, and I think you raised or kind of framed it in a very elegant way, thinking about how our desire for sort of belonging, or sort of the citizenships or residencies that we seek, are a form of participatory futures. I would love to kind of have you share that with the audience and kind of tell us your thoughts on that topic.
Yeah, thank you very much, and shukran for the opportunity to be here. I'm not going to be able to equal Amy's Arabic skills. So I live in Paris, have done for over 7 years. I speak French with an accent that has been variously described as invisible, maybe Canadian, or definitely British. And I was at the gym last week and was alternating on the weights with another gym goer. And the first thing I said to him after hello was, how many sets are you going to do? And the first thing he said to me was, where are you from? Straight in there with, where are you from? And I think a lot of us in an event like this are going to be on the asking or answering end of that question, where are you from? But what a strange question for a room full of futurists to be asking each other, because where are you from is about someone's past, right? So I've been going around asking people here, where do you feel at home? What are your hopes for this event? And my personal favorite, what languages do you speak? Because that's one of the ways that we connect with each other. So there's a lot of unspoken and implicit baggage that we carry with us when we talk about citizenship and where we're from, where we call home, psychologically and socially. And I think it's all about how we figure each other out. And it's great that we have this talk and that we're able to do it from a futures perspective, because I think there's a lot that we can figure out together.
I think that's very well put. I think that it reminds me of the kind of phrase, the future is a foreign country. You know, the idea that it's a place we travel to, and I think that's very...
You've been reading my speaking notes.
No. I don't remember reading your speaking notes. It's the no, but the idea that it is a kind of place, and I think that's a very prominent idea when we work here with different groups from across government and different entities in Dubai and the UAE. There's often this kind of almost a mental framing of the future as a destination, not just in terms of kind of the ideals and values that we want, but also, I mean, it's a real estate future, you know, it's a place-based future, it's a cultural future, but also it feels like a place you travel to. So one you should be prepared for and perhaps have the linguistic ways of getting in there. You'll probably say it much better than I do, Josh. I'm interested in this. I mean, we could go on all day kind of about talent wars and national borders, but I'm personally kind of and professionally incredibly intrigued at sort of when you take the national framework off of that and start thinking about it in a lot of different ways and kind of remixing the idea. One of the things that I thought was interesting, Amy, kind of coming into Brexit was, you know, the city of London has a unique structure. DIFC here, the financial district, has a unique legal structure that kind of makes it an object inside of another jurisdiction. And people were kind of struggling with the idea, well, if I have to leave, or do I get special rights to London if I have to leave the UK? I'm interested in kind of, from all of you, what your sort of thoughts are in terms of that subnational kind of idea, you know, belonging to cities. Josh, you probably moved to Paris, but not necessarily, you know, that doesn't necessarily encompass all of France. You know, when we move to places, we're often moving into kind of commercial centers or very specific locations. What are your sort of thoughts on this idea of kind of dropping below national level and thinking about access and belonging to cities, to regions?
Thanks, Scott. I think it's very interesting when you bring in the question around identity into this. You know, if you ask a New Yorker where they're from, they're not going to say the US, they're going to say I'm a New Yorker. I say I'm a Londoner. And certainly around the UK, when you ask people where they're from, you know, I'm from Liverpool. So the concept of identity is becoming more hyper-local for people, and that's very personal. But it's also very political. These places and our cities are now becoming their own identities in themselves, not just where people are from. They're making their own rules and laws that sometimes go beyond what the national rules and laws are. A lot of the cities that I'm working with in the UK and around the world are developing their own trade programs. Now, they can't call it trade. That's what the national government is supposed to do. But those cities and those places are starting to understand that it's not just an identity, it's not just a place, it's a market. And if that market is going to be successful, it's going to be up to them to grow it. And so they're starting to engage one-on-one with cities around the world in creating bilateral business agreements, which are in effect trade city to city. So this is getting really interesting right now when we look at what's happening at that city level, and it's on every single level of that. Identity, belonging, as Josh said, home, but also politics, regulations, laws, and rules. So that's, I think, the next iteration of where we're going with cities and places.
Yeah. I think when we're talking about the construction of citizenship, whether it's a country or a city or, as I'll hint at later, our place in time, we're talking about where we feel a responsibility towards. That belonging is a two-way relationship. So my city does something for me as a person and I feel a responsibility towards it and its future. And when we're talking about how we construct our futures, it was L.P. Hartley who wrote, "The past is a foreign country, they do things differently there." We all have residency in the present, but it's only temporary. We're all going to be moving to the future, and you never run out of future. The future is forever. And our choices now are influenced by and influence what kind of future we're going to become citizens of. So our place in time as individuals and organizations is really as malleable and as multi-layered as our place in the world. And so in that sense, our citizenship of the future is really about the future's literacy, the way in which we're able to imagine and make happen the kind of futures that we want to see.
I'm just jumping in on the, I would say, the debate or tension of identity and belonging. I think it speaks to a very basic human need. And when we look at, when we look at history, you've had different phases of humanity where you've had people belonging, let's say, to a certain societal structure, and then another group of people belonging or choosing to identify with a religion. And as you said, the idea of states and borders, when we're looking at, the arc of human history, is relatively recent. But I think also going beyond that, there's also this idea of representation, so where you feel like your values are most represented. And while we automatically gravitate towards saying, my city represents me or my country represents me, others actually think their favorite football team represents them as well. And that is an example of or an idea of looking at a different kind of construct that represents us. So I think we're not moving towards a clash of civilizations, but we may be finding ourselves going into a clash of belongings. And the reason why I bring this up in the context of future as well is we're always very idealistic about what we think the future is. It's this place where there are absolutely no tensions, no disagreements. It's a utopia. And while I hate to be the pessimist on the panel, but the future will have its own unique challenges as well that will touch on age-old questions of identity, of belonging, of who's represented where and by who. So I also try, within my line of work and looking at, for example, the future of multilateralism or multilateral organizations like the UN, is it realistic to just look at the very distant future as, that's where everything is solved, but who's going to do the solving to get there? And that's where a bulk of the focus should be as well.
Amy, you kind of mentioned this in your opening remark, the sorts of discussions you're starting to hear, or probably been hearing for some time. I'm interested, both from yours and Josh's perspective, kind of, looking at it from a policy point of view. what kinds of discussions are you hearing in terms of how these things get rationalized? And are those defined discussions, or are they still very murky?
Well,
tough question.
It's a tough question. I think we have to understand there's probably two things we're talking about here when we talk about policy and the implications of that policy on citizens or people, when we're talking about specifically citizenship and movement of people. So I think we need to be, all of us, during this whole time that we're at this forum, all of us need to be very deliberate to understand that we're talking about a group of us that are here, that are quite privileged, and that there are two sides to that coin. And so when we think about that, what that means for cities, one side of that coin is, okay, let's think about what our future is, let's set a vision. What does our city need? How can we collaborate around the world? Will knowledge passports facilitate that? Can we bring entrepreneurs here? Can we facilitate innovation? Should we create things like tech parks and free zones? Now, those are all policy decisions, and movement of people will impact those types of policy decisions, and think about how we grow our cities. The other side of that, we have to be very conscious. All of us that are here had the ability to fly here. Post-COVID, we're thinking about things like, oh, what was my carbon footprint on that flight? How do I offset that? Or when we were in lockdown, all of us were quite global, right? We adapted and we went home with our big screen, computer screens, and we all bought a nice comfy chair, and we Zoomed all around the world. So that's privilege. Now, the rest of the world had a lot of forced movement. And that's what we're talking, and this is what you were also talking about. People were moved because of climate. People were moved because of forced migration, labor, all of these issues, disease. And so we have to think about then, what are the policy decisions and how do we justify that when we're thinking about cities and places as well? And you've seen a very two extremes to that. Cities that have welcomed people from around the world, integrated them, and then cities that have become, in some sense, isolationists. And I think the important thing to remember about innovation, which is the kind of area that I focus on quite a bit, is that much of the innovation in places around the world, in the US, where I guess you can tell I have that accent as well, even though I consider myself a Londoner, in the US, 50% of all unicorn companies that have gone multi-million, 50% of them are founded by immigrants. So we need to stop, well, I won't say we need to stop, I'll frame it positively. We need to start making the connection between how can we all rise together, and then think about, citizenship, identity, passports, rules, regulations.
So, chiming off what Dubai said about the future sometimes being a bit of this mental space where we pour all of our hopes, but also potentially tensions. And also the question from our chair, Scott, about the responses that we come up with in the present. We're doing it right now. We're creating the future right now. We're all here, I think, because like the OECD, we value multilateral dialogue and collaboration, and that's a fantastic thing. But extending the thesis that I started building in my earlier remarks about our different spaces in time being like different countries or different cities, there is a border that we still need to reach across, and that's the one from what we do today to how it's going to affect us in the future, and back, how we conceive of the future and how it affects what we do today. I think we all know that feeling of, I can't invest in thinking about the future right now, I'm too busy with what's going on in the present. That's fine, we've all been there. It's only a problem when it becomes a habit. And for some organizations, it's a way of life. And that doesn't set you up in very good stead, and it's no way to really prepare for your long-term citizenship of the future. but you have to start somewhere. So one of the first steps that we do with governments and other organizations that we work with is look at what we call their strategic inventory. What are the different decisions that they're making on a daily, weekly, monthly, annual basis that are within their capacity to change? And how do those different things shape the future that they're headed towards? And how do they use them to respond to all of the different futures that they can conceive of, whether those futures are plausible, possible, preferable, and so on. And that's how we go from, and we heard it in this morning's keynote, futures thinking to futures acting. Strategic foresight, prototyping.
And this is something where the topic comes back to the work that we do. We've done prototyping of speculative citizenship and kind of visa futures for organizations like the International Red Cross and Red Crescent, and trying to bring the future into the present and start to sensitize these organizations and their leadership to not just the kind of conceptual, the legal frameworks and the kind of bureaucratic issues and the larger global issues, but also the tangible, emotional, and immediate issues of what that could be like. And the example we use is you can go to any corner shop. Many of you probably got a SIM, a mobile phone SIM, a temporary SIM, at passport control when you came through. We can get those and throw them away quite easily. Why can't we do the same thing with temporary passports to enable different populations to have protections that they need in that interim space? They're always this kind of second horizon they have to transition between the crisis now and hopefully safety and belonging and connection in the future. And these ideas, I think, have to become kind of tangible and visceral. Here, of course, there's constant experimentation. There's so many zones being set up. If you decide you'd like to move to the region, you have hundreds, dozens of options and a stack, not just of a visa, but also of workspace, of infrastructure, of services, of colleagues, all of that together. Why is that kind of happening here, in this region in particular?
I think what's happening here, and it's my personal interpretation, is this has always been, as a country, the UAE has always been open to experimental models when it comes to seeing, how to best deal not just with, national priorities, but also global issues. So I think a big aspect of it is being open to challenges instead of trying to figure out how to avoid them. And I think that malleability is very important. I think this plays into also the debate of, are governments more equipped to bilaterally solving some issues versus multilaterally because of the different kind of bureaucratic structures, etc., that exist in our current multilateral world order. So I think the skill set or the mindset that you have in government here is one that actually mirrors the private sector more than it does the public sector. A lot of things are run like CEOs do, and like companies are run, but at a government scale. And I think this is quite, I think, an experimental case study to look into and see how we can scale up.
In this last kind of segment of the discussion, I want to push a little bit further out because I think there are so many, as I said at the outset, kind of interesting potential models and spaces, not just physical territorial space, but other kinds of spaces, social spaces, technological spaces. I'm interested in whether you see any kind of strange new types of borders and belonging and citizenships emerging. Someone was talking about DAOs, digital or distributed autonomous organizations earlier, some groups just wanting to kind of belong to that kind of legal structure. What other kinds of structures or diasporas or movements do you see kind of emerging, let's say, over the next decade that we don't expect now? Josh?
I think we already have them. We have all these multiple layers, and as more and more of our lives go online, and we've been talking more and more about metaverse over the past few days, weeks, months, we're starting to experience that even more tangibly. Whichever group of people you're with, whether it's a dinner party conversation, your family, your city, or your country, there is a set of rules, written or unwritten, that you're agreeing on. And going right back to my initial remarks, it's how we make those implicit things explicit, agree on whether those are the rules that we want to be following, and how we bring the future into the present and say, well, what are the rules that we would be following if we knew that the future mattered?
And we look as well, if I can jump off on that, on digital spaces being new spaces, right? But also what we've seen with Twitter is the creation of echo chambers. So you're taking your same group or mentality just into a digital space and sort of constantly reinforcing pre-existing beliefs. So is that really a different space versus it just being, you know, a digital version of your current space as well? So same question with the metaverse. As you said, Barbados has announced opening an embassy in the metaverse, actually, and it's one of the first who pioneered that. But the debate now, and we're yet to find out, is that just going to be a digital version of what a physical embassy does, or would that actually change what diplomacy means? So I think all of these are to be determined, but worth reflecting on.
Well, I'm not a technologist, so when we start to talk about metaverse, I'd rather be in the audience than up here. But I think what's really interesting to me when I think about technology, because I focus more on the behaviors of people that are facilitating that kind of innovation rather than the digitization and the tech itself, which I can't explain. But I think that we're entering into this very interesting space of both a combination of physical and digital. And I think that obviously that's what the metaverse is putting out there. And so this is definitely the next frontier, but I think it's still physical, right? Everyone is still somewhere entering this digital space. To me, the digitization of these services and these places, for whether they're cities or buildings or co-working spaces or whatever they may be, is that for most people, I think they should be seamless. They should be invisible. They should be in the background facilitating our lives, but they shouldn't be difficult. It's not a layer on top of what we're doing. It's the space that we exist in. And if we do that, then we don't lose track of the physical space, which I think is critical. And I think that that's one of the things that His Highness really understood when he was creating these spaces around Dubai. Things like Expo City. This is a physical space. It's also a digital space. There's a digital twin of that space. But if you're at Expo City Dubai, it's invisible, it's seamless, it's behind the scenes, and that's what really makes it special. And so I think we need to think about the applications of that type of technology to facilitate people's lives in cities. Unfortunately, we won't all have an Expo City Dubai, which is incredibly cool. But we think about, what does this mean for our elderly population, migrants that are coming in and need special services? Can we make that invisible? Can we make it seamless? Can we make it behind the scenes? Can we keep elderly people in their homes longer? That's seamless and invisible and behind the scenes, all because of innovation. And when we think about it in those terms, then we're opening up, and I don't have answers for this, but we're opening up a whole other area of thinking about citizenship, passports, when it comes to digitization. I like to put out more questions than answers because I don't have the answers, and then I just pretend that I just ask questions. The
kind of picking up on your point, Dubai, about the embassy, I think it was Barbados you mentioned. As a last kind of quick thought, I'm curious, we've seen countries have ambassadors to obviously other countries, they have ambassadors to issues, they have envoys, special envoys to particular kinds of situations. Denmark had an ambassador to the big tech industry. Thinking about the future briefly, what kind of new ambassadorships, if we're kind of flipping this idea around, do you imagine there being in the future to an idea, to a place, to a thing?
I think the first thing that comes in mind as you were talking is the idea of digital sovereignty and cyber wars, cyber warfare, cyber war crime, social media crime. disinformation wars, as they say. I think a lot of that will be increasingly hard to ignore by governments because they will turn very quickly into very real threats. And in the absence of a governing, again, I don't want to sound like a bureaucrat, but in the absence of a governing document that has the buy-in of both the tech world and the tech industry and governments as well, it will be increasingly harder to regulate. And I don't say regulate in a negative sense. I say just in terms of, what are the new norms that would govern interstate relations in the digital sphere. And these are very real, I would say, possibilities. We're not talking about 2050 here. You're talking about threats that have already started in some countries with electoral interference, for example. So we will increasingly have to sit together, whether it's governments, private sector, tech sector, to figure out what is the best and most inclusive way of governing the cyber world, basically.
Thank you. Josh?
So as a futurist, it would be very tempting to say ambassador to the future. But as I was thinking about it, I thought actually it should be the reverse, and it shouldn't just be one appointed person. We can all be ambassadors to the future in our present selves. And I come back to this taking action in the present thing. Taking action on the future in the present doesn't have to be lofty and daunting. It can be, what is that email you're going to send? What is that course you're going to take? What is that new person that you're going to reach out to? This is all ways in which we plant seeds of the future in the present and be the best representative of our future selves right now.
Well put. Thank you. Amy?
I think when we're talking about special ambassadors or those in the future, what will that iteration take? There's two ways we can think about this, and I started out talking about two pathways, and I think I can end with two pathways. We can either be collaborative or we can be competitive. And so when I think about cities, I work with a group of cities that are thinking about collaboration. Who can I partner with? Who can I trade with? Can we share our supply chains? Can we share our knowledge? That, to me, is the future. And when you develop those types of relationships, then you're thinking about ambassadors to the future and how do we protect future generations. But I also think, I'll be the pessimist for a minute, I think we shouldn't be naive that there are a whole group of people out there that are on the competition side. How can we be first? How can we be best? We want to develop that and then protect it so that we can grow it within our own country. And I think that with the challenges we're facing today, pandemics, climate change, migration, conflict, those cities are going to be the ones that lose out. And you said it earlier, Dubai, we have to, because of the challenges we're facing, we have to share. So I think that it's up to, I would endorse Josh here, it's up to each and every one of us, because all of us, I'm thinking that all of us at this forum are probably more to the collaborative side than the competitive side. But it's up to each one of us to go out there and be that ambassador, because there are just as many out there that are on the competitive side as there are of us in here. So when you leave this forum, start to have those conversations, engage people, and speak up and talk about the future that we want to have and then how we get there.
And on that note, I think that's a good kind of cue for us to go out and collaborate and build. I'd like to thank you all for joining us. I would really like to thank my panelists, who I'd love to continue on for the rest of the day talking to, but we need to go. So please thank the panelists with me, and also vote. This QR code behind you, answer this question, and we will see you out in the forum. Thank you very much.
again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world and bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world and bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world and bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world and bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world and bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world and bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world and bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world and bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world and bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
We hope we'll keep you awake. My name's Lucy Kimball. I'm Professor of Contemporary Design at University of the Arts London. And we have two experts here who I'm going to introduce in order. The format for this session is lightning talks. So each of them will talk for about 10 minutes, and then we will have a discussion. And the whole thing will be about 45 minutes. So our first speaker is Dr. Anders Sandberg. He's a senior research fellow at the Future of Humanity Institute at the University of Oxford, and has a background in computer science and neuroscience. And our second speaker is Yusuf Hargrave. He's a director at Arup, based in the London office, but with a role for leading global Foresight. And he's also an associate lecturer at Central St Martin's, University of London. So I'm going to invite first Anders to share some perspectives on existential risks.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here and be able to talk about doom and gloom and maybe ways around that. So earlier this year, a small asteroid explodes north of Iceland. This happens every day. This was interesting because it was actually detected by radar, and it was actually detected by many missile detection radars. This is significant because it, of course, happens during a period of very high international tension, where Russia is rather worried about various attacks. If it had happened at the wrong time, or a little bit more over Russia, then a mistake could have happened and it could have triggered accidental nuclear war. Indeed, they have been close to this many times in the past. So on September 26, 1983, Stanislav Petrov saved the world, quite literally. We would most likely not be here without Stanislav Petrov's work. A false alarm made the Soviet missile defense system think that there was a preemptive American attack. Stanislav's job was to check that the machines were working properly and then make a phone call. This was during an intensely unstable situation, and the very likely outcome would have been that the Soviet Union would have launched a retaliatory strike. Stanislav didn't believe quite that the computers were working as well as they looked. So he held off making that fatal phone call, and he was right. There was no attack, it was a mistake, and he saved the world, which incidentally wasn't good for his career because he wasn't obeying orders properly. Unfortunately, there have been many close calls like this. Indeed, some of the close calls have happened in the far past. There is a theory, somewhat controversial and debated, that suggests that about 75,000 years ago, humanity almost went extinct. The currently peaceful lake here that we see in the photo, that is actually a supervolcano that erupted, produced an ash cloud that caused climatic changes worldwide, and seems to have wiped out the early human populations in a vast area. There are some ideas that the total population of humans might have gone down to below 1,000 during this era. Fortunately, it didn't go down to zero. That's why we are here today. But we might want to avoid that to go down to zero in the future. So in an influential paper, my boss, Nick Bostrom, the director of the Future of Humanity Institute, defined an existential risk. So risks are normally said to be a probability combined with some hazard. But this hazard can be looked at both in the impact, how severe is it, and the scope, how many people does it affect. And there are risks like walking across the street that might have an impact on our own lives and the people in a car. And they might affect a family for a long time if somebody gets killed. But we also have risks that affect all of us. There are global risks. And there are risks that affect future generations, like extinction. Existential risks represent those that have a total global scope and affect all future generations. They threaten everybody in the future. There are also global catastrophic risks that we might survive, but it's going to be a dark chapter in any history book. And they're also worth avoiding. And in many ways, avoiding those risks is very similar to trying to avoid the existential risks. Now, why is existential risk of such an interest? This is partially a philosophical question, but it represents a tremendous loss of value. We could say that, obviously, the lives of 8 billion people are at stake in some cases. But it's also all the future generations, of which there could be countless future generations. And also, the meaning of our human artifacts, the symphonies of Mozart, our great writings, our great buildings, they lose value without humans. And of course, the future will not make these artifacts. Indeed, there might be a value in having the humanity around itself. Many people also have long-term projects across their life and their family, and we might say that the same thing is true for humanity. It's also an important fairness question. Big disasters matter a lot, also from a justice standpoint, simply because they tend to hurt the poorest and weakest the most. In the case of an existential threat to all of the future, it threatens all the future generations. And of course, we lose our options. Now, I'm just going to rapidly jaunt through a long list of risks without going in detail. What are the threats that are facing us? Some of them are very external. Asteroid impacts, whether they might trigger a missile defense system or something like the extinction of the dinosaurs. We have gamma ray bursts and supernovas, but also things like the Carrington event, an event in the 1800s that today would wipe out our electrical systems. We still have to deal with many of the smaller risks that could wreck our civilization. We have various geophysical risks that are well known, ranging from tsunamis to hurricanes to volcanism. And even a volcanic eruption that doesn't cover the Earth in black dust might still be a real threat because it disrupts our supply lines and might threaten large populations through starvation when agriculture fails. And we have been struggling for natural pandemics. This is a slide I did before COVID. I reused it because there is a kind of irony in me pointing out in red that outlier point of the 1918 flu. And next time I use it, I will of course add another point there for COVID, showing that the tail risk is pretty severe. And while most pandemics do not threaten our species, we know some species, like certain frogs, have gone extinct because of natural pandemics. Yet, of course, the anthropogenic risks might be the biggest ones. We have wars, we have climate change, we have ecological devastation, and even man's inhumanity to man. We should not forget that various forms of totalitarianism and tyranny can hurt us just as much as death itself, and we need to avoid that. A particular example is, of course, nuclear war, which also triggered the study of existential risk to some extent, because in 1945 it became clear that humanity could potentially wipe itself out. Before that point, people said, if humanity goes extinct, it's going to be because of a natural event. Now we realize that we have our own responsibility for the risk. I study mostly technological risks. Some of them are very speculative and actually small. Worries about large particle accelerators causing a collapse of a false vacuum or strangelets turn out to be not very serious. But we also have interesting problems, for example, with biotechnology and synthetic biology enabling the creation of new dangerous pathogens, as well as artificial intelligence. The problem with artificial intelligence is not so much machines wanting freedom or going evil, as that we actually don't know how to align their values with ours. Many of my friends were interested in ideas of intelligence explosions. What if machines make smarter machines that lead to a rapid singularity? It has turned out that that is not as important as some other problems. Problem-solving machines get convergent instrumental goals. It's useful to have power over your environment. It's useful to amass resources for most goals. And that might mean that they're behaving in ways that are inimical to humans, not because they want it, but because it's practical. We also know that intelligence and values are orthogonal. That is, you can combine any level of intelligence with any form of value, and it's surprisingly hard to get the fragile and complex human values into a machine. So much of the research happening now on technical AI safety are trying to deal with these very subtle and complex problems that we didn't know about until very recently. There are also systems into, but I think they represent a complicated area for us to resolve. And then, of course, we get to the question, how likely are they? I'm here just quoting my colleague Toby Ord and his excellent book, The Precipice, which is expressing much of this that I'm talking about much better than I can. He did these estimates, and he admits their guesses. He based them on some known facts, but many of them are very, very uncertain. And they should not really be treated as probability estimates, as more as decision aids. We want to figure out where the large risks are and try to reduce them the most. We might want to notice that there is a significant risk that we are damaged very seriously over the next century and take steps to reduce them. Now, it's interesting to notice we haven't known about this risk for very long, and we're discovering new ones at a rapid pace. So we might want to search for them more effectively. We know that the natural ones are much smaller than the anthropogenic. We know that the technological risks are far more unpredictable, but under our control too. And that we might be able to mitigate them in various ways. I'm working with questions like how to stop bad food scarcity cascades. There are many possibilities here, and again, I totally am running out of time to describe them, but there is plenty of hope. I do think that our future could be impossibly grand, much grander than any of us in this building can even imagine. And it would be a shame to lose out on that. We are living, indeed, at the start of history. That gives us tremendous power over all of the future. We don't have much wisdom, but we need to use it in order to safeguard our grand future. Thank you.
Thank you, Anders. And now our second speaker, Joseph Hargrave from Arup.
Okay. Thank you, Anders, for that uplifting talk on everything that could wipe us out. Personally, I'm actually not an expert on risk at all. I'm the head of Foresight at an engineering firm called Arup, and we think about risk much more in the context of opportunity. Now, before I started working in Foresight, I was a biologist, and I studied evolutionary biology. And so I wanted to start with this quote, which I think is really important for us all to consider. And it's by Charles Darwin, and he says, "It's not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the one that is most adaptable to change." And this is then a very interesting question for us. What makes us adaptable as individuals, as organizations, as nations over time? And what can drive adaptive capacity? And what role can risk and opportunity play in this world? So what are risks for an organization like Arup? Well, I think there's two different types of risks to consider. One are things like a technical error on a project that we might be doing, a cyber attack on our business, or an extreme weather event that impacts our operation. And those are things that we can manage in a risk register and we can mitigate against. And then there's more long-term changes such as the climate emergency, the resilience of the energy system, and the aging population, which may appear as risks at first, but are actually opportunities for our business, because it allows us to design something new or create a new service offering or offer something different to our clients. So risks can be both a challenge and an opportunity, in particular in the context of business. The other thing we should consider when we think about risk and opportunity is different timelines for organizations. And we increasingly use the so-called 1, 3, 10, 30 timeline. So the next year is really about changes that are relevant for us today. The next 3 years is about emerging business plans. 10 years is about the medium-term adaptation of the business, and 30 is about the long-term transformation. But if we think about risk and change more generally, it's important to recognize that the decisions we make today shape the future foundation. And as a consequence, even if 30 years feels like a long time to go, the decisions we're making today matter for that, and they set the foundation for our common future. Now, as an organization, we track lots and lots of different trends. We work in all kinds of different markets and fields, and as a consequence, there's an almost infinite number of things that matter to us. Social trends, technological trends, environmental, economic, and so forth, and also, of course, the interactions between them. And they range from social issues such as inequality to environmental trends around decarbonization and so forth. And all of them carry both risk and opportunity. And I think they're always part of the same coin, and that duality is really, really important to recognize when we think about risk and what that means for us as organizations, as nations, as we innovate and move forward. Now, another way to cluster these big themes is into different categories of change. And we've recently identified 6 areas that we felt were of particular importance for the future of our business and our sector. They include geopolitical tension, deglobalization, and the rise of new economies, accelerated climate emergency and mass vulnerability, novel competition, market fragmentation, the startup culture, the end of abundance, the challenge around supply chains at the moment, a shift to holistic sustainability and regenerative design, and finally, ubiquitous digital technologies and the expansion of the bio-nano economy. Like we heard earlier, digital will be everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Now, one of them I just want to dive into a little bit more is the risk of accelerated climate emergency and mass vulnerability. The image you see here in the background is of Pakistan and the floods that we had recently, which covered 1/3 of the country. And I think this is a big shift that we're seeing now around the climate emergency, is that the impacts of climate change through extreme weather, or also the slower changes in temperature, are increasingly affecting a larger cohort of people. So mass vulnerability is becoming an issue. The other big risk that is emerging is, of course, that we continue to increase emissions, and as a consequence, we will overshoot the target of 1.5% by 2030. This is now very likely. This is massive and of massive importance to us in our industry, because 40% of all carbon emissions are actually related to the built environment, which is, of course, the focus of our work at Arup. At the moment, we are on course for 2 to 3 degree warming. That is based on the current projections. And if we follow that warming, we risk hitting a number of critical tipping points. And I think these tipping points are really important to recognize. They range from the East Antarctic glacier collapse to a change in dieback of rain, the Amazon rainforest, to the northern permafrost collapse. All of these tipping points will then accelerate climate change further and lead again to mass vulnerability in many, many different parts of the world. So recognizing this risk is really, really important. But again, for Arup also, you can flip the coin. You can think about, okay, what are the opportunities for us as a business to help the world towards rapid decarbonization and to crucially design a pathway through net zero? We are often talking about net zero as a target at the moment. We actually have to think about designing through net zero and going way beyond that. And we see 3 priority opportunities for our world in that space. First of all, continuing to reduce emissions at a massive rate. Secondly, restoring natural habitats so that they increase their ability for carbon sequestration. And thirdly, also thinking about remove technologies, either through enhanced natural or through technology-enabled solutions, because collectively that will drive the curve through net zero and allow us to restore and repair some of the damage that we've already done. So the trilogy of these is very important. Reduce the most important, restore the next important, but we also now have to start to think about much more actively remove technologies. The other way to look at the problem is through this, the Earth Overshot Day. This year, the Earth Overshot Day was roughly in the middle of July, and it's a day every year where we, as a society, start to consume more than our planet can sustain. It's roughly 1.5 to 1.75 Earths at the moment, and as I said, we've reached that in July this year. It's slowly stabilizing, but if we think again about a vision for the future, a better future that's more sustainable and more just for all, then we have to start to flip the picture and think about, well, what is the trajectory back to eliminating Earth Overshot Day and getting back to a world where we are in balance around how much we consume. And of course, it is already quite late in the day, so we also have to accelerate this and increase the curve. And that is really the challenge for us to collectively think about how we design this future which reverses some of the damage that we've already done. So a concept that we're increasingly driving in that space to mitigate this risk and to focus on the opportunity is the idea of a regenerative future and regenerative design. And this diagram here explains this a little bit. The tiny gray dotted line here, which you can hopefully all still see, is kind of where we are today. We're kind of in the space of green. We're not even sustainable. We are still continuing with planetary degradation. Sustainable gets us back on balance. So this is, for example, net zero waste, net zero carbon, and so forth. But of course, we've already destroyed much of the planet when it comes to environmental degradation, so we have to think about ways to repair and restore the natural environment around us. So this is the shift to restorative design, which will need to happen in the coming decades. And then in the longer term, it's about a regenerative future that really starts to bring together nature and humanity in a much more harmonious way, finds way to be net positive around everything that we do. So, for example, a building that consumes more carbon than it emits, a road that enhances biodiversity, a city that produces more clean water than it consumes. These are all the principles of regenerative design, which I think is absolutely critical if we want to mitigate this risk of the climate emergency and, again, change the trajectory around where we're heading. The other thing we then have to think about, well, what does that actually mean for how business operates and how we act as an organization? And this is not only true for businesses, it's also true for other stakeholders, such as national governments. Well, we have to move away from acting in isolation, and I know this has already been mentioned today already. We have to increase the number of connections that we have, and we have to think much more about how we can enable collaborative change by working together. And this is about breaking up value chains, working across industry groups, and really enabling system change, because this is what the planet needs us to do to achieve the changes, the systemic changes, which are absolutely critical to manage some of those risks. So this is it from me. I think that's fine as a little input, and over to you, Lucy.
Okay. Thank you both so much, really stimulating and complimentary. Can you hear me? We do have a little problem that we couldn't hear you, Anders, but you can hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me, okay, good.
Yeah. It's an interesting echo though.
Okay, I can't hear you so well. Perhaps somebody could fix that. Okay, so we're going to have a discussion now, and I'm going to start with a methodology question, which is a bit nerdy because I'm an academic and we're interested in methodologies, but it's important because methodologies include some things and some people and exclude some things and some other people. So how is it that you arrived at the existential risks that you identified, and what kinds of knowledge base? I mean, you gave some examples of historical and archaeological, but could you just share with us how you get to the existential risks that you were sharing with us? We'll start with Anders.
So if I understood you right, despite the echo, it's about equality and existential risk. Because I think there is an interesting issue here. We can take a very long-termist perspective and say, the future is mostly what matters, because most people who will ever live in the future. If we leave them a good world, we're helping many more people than currently exist. This is, of course, in attention to the pain of the actually existing people right now. And there are some people who say it's horrible that those long-termists are thinking only about the long-term future. But conversely, it would be rather crazy to sacrifice the future for the present. What you want is to find a balance. And this is a tricky thing, because we also need to deal with another dreadful thing, uncertainty. We know the people today exist. We don't know quite who they are in the future or what the future will be like. Yet, we can do a lot of sensible things. Avoiding having a nuclear war is obviously good for everybody, both existing and future people. There is also this important issue that the poorest are the most vulnerable. Sometimes that's also used as an argument that, oh, we need to improve healthcare system globally because the rich world can't even afford to get the pandemics that emerge in the poor world. That is assuming they will emerge in the poor world. But it's pretty obvious that it's a good thing to make better healthcare, make it cheap enough so everybody can get it. Similarly, we have consideration that some people say, space, oh, that's useless, we need to solve all the problems on Earth. And the problem is, of course, we will never fully solve all our problems on Earth. However, the technology you need for space, really good life support, automated mining, automated manufacturing, automated recycling to a very high degree, closed ecosystems. Once you have them, you can settle Mars to your heart's content, but you also accidentally made the world much safer because we can use them on Earth. So generally, I don't think there is a conflict, but we can easily get into a feeling it's a conflict when we talk about the generalities. Once we get over to the practical implementation, what projects are we doing? a lot of the contrast between equality and safety go away.
Thank you. I'm just going to reframe the question, showing my Darwinian adaptation, because I actually framed the question about people, and actually it's living systems, as your framework showed and reminded us. So this question about methodology, obviously in what you were sharing with us, you were drawing on the IPCC and so on. But how is it that as a firm, working with your clients across the whole world in many different sectors and markets, so how is it that you identified and got to the results you have?
Yeah, I mean, not all risks are created equal in that sense, in that they come from different sources, as we've heard from Anders also. They have different scale and severity, and as a consequence, we also tend to identify risk in different categories in different ways. So as a business, we run a risk register for kind of the more formal risks that I described earlier around, being subject to a cyber attack or technical error on a project. And these are all things that we can imagine and track over time, in a very standardized manner, as other businesses do as well. I think it gets a bit more complex when we talk about risks that are driven by trends or risks that are driven by uncertainties, or even by the unknown unknowns, such as wildcards. And there, I think it is about building a capacity within an organization to be ready to receive information about what risks might be facing us and then act upon it. And I think that requires a really informed leadership and informed executive groups that talk about change on a very, very regular basis. And that does happen at Arab, which is not necessarily the case in every boardroom, but we have regular conversations about the trends shaping the future of our business. We have regular conversations about what that might mean for our operations. And we have regular conversations what that means in terms of how it translates into, again, both risks and opportunities. These conversations are rarely separated. They're often part of the same conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm hearing multiple sort of sources of input and layers of reflection with a strong role for leadership. I want to turn to the question of these risks, which you've identified for us. That they've got different impacts on different populations, again, because of unequally. If we look at Pakistan at the moment, 30 million people affected by the recent floods. And when you were showing your graph, Anders, I was thinking, does that count as local? Because it's in Pakistan, but it's 30 million people, and there's loss of life, loss of livelihoods, loss of communities, loss of habitats, loss of learning, all sorts of cultural losses. And these are unequal effects which we're already seeing globally. So how do you articulate, how should we articulate the varying impacts on different communities, different groups, different populations, both those in the present and those in the future? Anders?
So one of the interesting problems is that the study of existential risk is a very young field. It might sound crazy because every society has been thinking about the end of the world since human culture started. Yet most societies have never really taken it into as something real, something you actually might want to study and do something about. That really started in the 1940s with nuclear weapons and the environmental movement. Suddenly we were aware of our situation. But even then, the idea that there could be a real moral risk came much later. That came from philosophy. And the existential risk studies and the global catastrophic risk community are basically 2 decades old. And right now it's still mostly found in Western academia. It's not a big one. And right now it's much younger than, for example, the environmental movement, but is much better at engaging with local communities, figuring out the local voices, the local problems, and bringing them up on the agenda. That is sensible, like having mangrove forests. And then that is blown up as the end all. We have local knowledge on our side, and that's going to avert risk. No, it reduces the risk from hurricanes and flooding if you have a mangrove swamp, but it doesn't remove climate change. It's a good thing, but we need more. And we especially want to use the local knowledge to try to come up with entirely new solutions. This is where we really need interdisciplinary thinking. And the problem is, we're not good at it. Our community might be unusually interested and good at interdisciplinary thinking, but we're a very small community, and we need to construct the education, the networks, the tools to actually do that between cultures and between disciplines. Because quite often we also forget that many disciplines don't get heard, or rather they're talking in their own silos. For example, I have never really been talking existential risk with somebody from Europe and the industry side. I talk to insurance companies, but they don't want to insure the world, unfortunately. We need to find a financial instrument for that. We need to establish more links like that.
I don't actually think there is any such a thing as a local risk anymore, to be honest. I think there's different degrees in severity of impact, but the world is so interconnected now that a risk event in one organization or place in the world always has an impact on other organizations and places in the world by default. A rise in COVID cases in China today will have massive implications on global supply chains. And so the world is so connected when it comes to how we do business, how information flows, and also how ecosystems work, that I think the idea of a local risk is a difficult one to perceive. I think we're so impacted by what's happening in other parts of the world. So we have to think much more, I think, at the interregional and planetary scale when it comes to managing risk. However, the inverse of that is that I think we often also still don't have enough data about the actual impact of risk at a local level. We often talk about climate change and climate change impact at the international or regional level, but we don't really share and communicate enough data about what climate change means for my house and my street and my neighborhood. And I think that's the granularity of data around some risks, and climate change is one example, that we're going to need going forward if we want to effectively adapt to some of the more radical changes that are coming our way. So I think data sharing, data transparency at a hyper-local level is a massive opportunity to dealing with some of those risks in a more forward-looking and mitigative way.
I would like to comment on that. I think the concreteness of data sharing is very important. When you think about climate change in general on the television screen, it's maps of the whole world, but it doesn't affect you. But when you start thinking about that house you want to retire to and realize it might get flooded or might get buried by the desert, as the case might be, suddenly it's much more concrete. We tend to use different construal levels to think about the future, and the future is usually far away at a high construal level. It's abstract, it's clean, it's sleek lines, and it's about everything, except that it's about nothing because it's about everything. Meanwhile, we have our own personal, low construal level futures where we care about where we're going to retire, what's happening to my family, what is going to be hurtful for them. At that point, once you internalize some of these risks as a risk to you or your values, you become way more motivated. And I think it's important for us as a community to try to make them vivid in a useful way. Far too often, climate change means that people make some demonstration of how high the water level is. That's not really telling people very much, except the people who have houses below that gets a little bit of an idea. But we might want to weave better stories, better scenarios, and get people to move from that abstract construal level to a more low construal level. Conversely, once you're there, you might want to move back to the global scale. The flexibility to move between these levels is an important thing to teach, and I think our community might actually be good at that, because we quite often move back and forth along that cone of uncertainty.
Good point there.
Just building on that, so these existential risks are really hard to imagine and articulate, and I wondered what you thought was the potential for creative arts and design, such as this museum embodies, but also we've heard about in Amy's keynote this morning that gap that Foresight isn't used, and we've also heard this morning in another session about making the future present, making the future present in the now. So what's the potential for creativity in the arts and design and media to help address some of this resistance and avoidance?
I have a great example of that, and that was in the 1980s. There was some television series done about the effects of nuclear war. They were based on the classic paper by Dolan about the effects of nuclear war, which already contains a dreadful little scenario, rather carefully worked out about how a mid-sized American town would handle things in the aftermath of a nuclear war. When it was made into a television series, Ronald Reagan watched it and was horrified. he suddenly realized that he could cause that horror. And that, he admitted, helped him realize, I need to talk to this Gorbachev fellow and actually start reducing the amount of nuclear warhead. This is a beautiful example where an artistic construction, a scenario forming a television series that then fortunately was watched by somebody in power, had a very strong impact. We've seen similar things in the environmental movement. I think we can do the same thing for many of the other risks. But there is a reverse to this. Many of the solutions to the risk might sound hopelessly as pie in the sky. Many people think that, oh, we cannot do anything about these dreadful abstract things. And that paralysis needs to be stopped. That is kind of another virus that is making the noism virus worse. We actually need demonstrations of visions of how to do things, very concrete ones. And this is where art and design really excels. It makes things concrete. It makes you argue with the design and thinking, could I use that? Can I see myself in the near future using that device or that practice? So I think they are very important for making these ideas real.
It was a bit of a leading question, Lucy.
You're a design and engineering firm,
exactly,
so
yeah,
I hope the answers.
You know the answer that I'm going to give. I mean, so fortunately, it's that I think that design is incredibly important for foresight practice, and in my team, we have over half of the team is designers of some sort. But also this museum is an artifact of design. It's a beautiful piece of architecture that carries a certain set of messages, and as a consequence, design in this environment is absolutely critical for carrying the message around foresight, around the future, around forward thinking. And the same applies to the Existential as well. There's lots of artifacts that are design artifacts in there. But also in the practice of foresight, I think we have to recognize that foresight is so multifaceted these days. It's used for strategy, it's used for innovation, it's used for risk management, it's used within design decisions, that the skills and capabilities to do that well are quite diverse as well. And I think design is a critical component within that. Turning from a slightly different perspective, the question, I think we, businesses in general, are still very, very bad at dealing with unknown unknowns. Yeah, this kind of idea of wildcards and black swans has been around for a long, long time, but it's not really regularly discussed at the boardroom level, I don't think. We fail to understand how to prepare for them adequately because they're partially theoretical risks, and as a consequence, they're often ignored. The COVID-19 pandemic is one example of that. For some people, that was a black swan or a wildcat. For other people, it was totally predictable. If you were kind of in the world of infectious hazards and pandemics, it was very, very predictable. But still, kind of governments and businesses were not prepared for an eventuality that was actually quite predictable over time. And I think that's a challenge for all of us as foresight practitioners, in particular this idea of unknown unknowns and wildcards and black swans. What can we do there to manage those better, to plan for them better, and to make them a more inherent part of business and organizational decision making, which it isn't right now. And I don't really have the answer to that, but I think it's an important question for us to ponder.
Yeah. So maybe you could just share Anders' perspective on, given that resistance or avoidance and the blind spots and the black swans, the unknown unknowns, what can be done? Your last slide was a bit of what can be done. Maybe you could just share some perspectives.
So one of the interesting things about unknown unknowns is that you can suspect they're out there, but you can't see them yet. But you can sometimes cast a net widely and detect things. For example, there are some risks that leave traces. We don't know why a human population might have had a bottleneck, but we can see that it has happened. We don't know why various other hominin species went extinct, but we can count them. And sometimes we can also use other tricks to bound the probability of sets of risks. One of my favorite papers in this genre is a paper by Max Tegmark and Nick Bostrom called How Likely is a Doomsday Disaster? It was published in Nature almost 20 years ago. And they demonstrate mathematically that the timing of Earth puts bounds on a certain risk. This particular risk might not matter very much, and the probability turns out to be rather low. It's 1 in a billion per year at most. But the interesting thing I noticed was this paper actually bounds an entire category of unknown risks that we have never thought about. All risks of a certain type. fall into this category, even the ones we don't know about. And we can still say we know this entire set of risks is less than 1 billion per year. There might be more methods like that. Another thing is to search deliberately for risks. We might, for example, look at what systems keeps us alive. We need air to breathe, we need a controlled temperature, we need food. We can look at what are the threats to these systems. And we might even do a causal path and ask, what do we need to grow food? Okay, sunlight and water, for example. So we might then look at what could interrupt sunlight. And at that point we realize, oh, nuclear winter is a serious issue. As is supervolcanic winter, as is asteroid winter. Suddenly we find a pathway that it doesn't matter very much what causes the end of the sunlight. We need to find a way of, if that happens, grow food without sunlight, which is something I'm involved in supporting through a non-profit called AllFed. Now, I think this is the way to try to systematically look for the unknown unknowns. Sometimes you can't point at the specific one. You can just notice a shadow that there is potentially something here. Sometimes you can notice a vulnerability. And then we can systematically go through these vulnerabilities and try to figure out, why are we vulnerable? How do we become less vulnerable? Either by blocking the risk from ever happening, or when it happens, we ameliorate it really well, or sometimes we can't stop it from happening, but we can make sure we have resilience and survival afterwards.
Thank you. So our time is up. I'd like to thank our two speakers, and hopefully we'll be able to continue these discussions in the breaks to look at these incredibly complex and ethical topics around the future of humanity, the Institute and also the future of the planetary boundaries that we live within and our responses to that. So thank you to our speakers, Dr. Anders Sandberg from the University of Oxford and Joseph Hargrave from Arup. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy.
الحضور الكريم، استراحة لمدة نصف ساعة، نعود بعدها لاستئناف جلسات اليوم. شكرا. Ladies and gentlemen, a break for 30 minutes. Our
Foresight capacities.
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
The dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us.
capacities.
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
Space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
Space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There
collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities.
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives on a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives on a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives on a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was.
Hello, welcome. I'm Max Di Luca. I am the moderator for the session on digital poverty, the new global crisis. I am an associate professor at the University of Birmingham, UK, with interest in research spanning human neuroscience and technology. My work is interdisciplinary and crosses the boundary between fundamental and applied research. The session will be about the issues related to the gap between connected, unconnected, and underconnected.
I cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me?
I think just louder.
Can somebody?
I need you to speak louder.
Louder, okay. The widespread use and adoption of digital technologies are increasing access to knowledge and economic opportunities, but it does differentially for some country and some part of the population. I would like to start to introduce the panelists who will discuss this topic and the impact of digital transformation on social and economic equality. I start with Dr. Emma-Marie Müller-Stühler, which is one of the most respected data scientists. She advocates for women in technology and evangelizes the adoption of ethical AI. She is data and AI consulting leader at MENA and is Global Ethical AI Advisor Board member. Then we have Vilas Dar, which is a technologist and human rights advocate. He works to advance artificial intelligence and data solutions for justice and equity. He is president of the Patrick McGovern Foundation, which is advancing the potential for technology to be a force for good. We have Benga Sezan, who is a social entrepreneur expert in rights respecting data privacy and data policy. He delivers information and communication technology to the underserved. He is the executive director of Paradigm Initiative, a Pan-Africa social enterprise working on digital inclusion and digital rights. And last but not least, Anka Bogdana Rusu, who is Web3 co-founder, angel investor, and financial inclusion specialist, working to leverage blockchain technology to bring more equity to financial market. She leads partnership strategy and advocacy at CLAB, working on Silo, an open blockchain platform which aims to create a financial system that creates the condition for prosperity for everyone. So thank you for being here. I will first ask one question each of the panelists about the experience they have with the effect of digital divide. I will start with Anka. I would like to ask you to share with us some information about the background and your experience with the digital divide.
Thank you so much, Max, and thank you to the Dubai Future Foundation for putting this forum together and bringing us here to talk about a very important topic. Like you mentioned, my background before delving into the world of blockchain is much more linked to international development. I spent 8 years at the World Bank working on digital finance and financial inclusion with a focus in Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America. And this is how I got into the world of blockchain, because I saw the potential for this technology to lift certain obstacles that we were finding in the way of financial inclusion. Like you mentioned, I work on Cello. It's an open blockchain that focuses on real-life use cases, on impact, and on designing for the end user, so that the technology barrier is not as high as tends to be for other technologies. And one of the projects that I drove, and I'm particularly proud of and very relevant in this field, is a partnership that we have with the World Food Program to enable refugees to gain access to digital work online, to help work on machine learning and algorithm trainings, AI algorithm training, to be able to, on one hand, get access to labor, be paid in stable coins on blockchain in a sustainable way for cheap, fast cross-border payments, but also to make sure that when AI algorithms are being designed, they reflect all types of populations and they reflect the needs and the people that are around the world, not only a certain part of the demographic. And I think this is one aspect in which it's really important to look at lowering and bridging the digital divide gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very important work. Thank you. The second question I have is for Vilas. You work on both technology and data inequality. What are the most striking inequalities due to digital poverty that you have encountered in your work? And maybe give us an example of your work.
Thanks, Max. Hi, everyone. We have some acoustics going on up here, so I'm going to pretend like I heard the full question, but I think I know where you're going with it. And so maybe let me share a few thoughts with you. The first is, we're not here to talk about the digital divide, right? There's nobody in this room that will stand up and defend the idea that a world in which people can't equally participate in a technology-driven world is a good thing, right? So let's set that aside. Let's actually say, how do we stretch this a little bit to think about more fundamental concepts? For me, I think not about digital poverty as a matter of access, but rather as something much more fundamental. That if we really want to ground ourselves in a conversation about dignity, that digital dignity requires more than merely a fiber line coming out to your village. It requires a full suite of support that lets an individual have agency and sovereignty, that lets them have digital presence, certainly, but also surrounds them with a suite of support that lets them understand how to most effectively represent their interests in a digital world. Now, I'm not naive. I recognize that the world we live in today, we're not even having that conversation yet. We're still talking about a world in which something like 20% of the schools globally have access to reliable internet. And yet I think we have to step back, especially in a venue as august as this one, when we think about the future, to say the work we should be doing today is not figuring out how we run more cable or put up more satellites. It should be finding ourselves in a values-grounded conversation about what digital dignity means and what our responsibilities are in each of our individual capacities to actually deliver on that promise over the next 5, 10, and 30 years.
Thank you. Thank you. It's very difficult to hear. Eva, the next question is for you. You have expertise in data science, so I would like to ask you about the digital divide with respect to data poverty.
Yes. When we look at the view of data science and AI, we have the problem of digital poverty, but also we have the topic of data poverty. So the more you online, the more data you produce, the more influential you will be on everything data science, AI, machine learning. And we use data science and AI for more and more high-stake decisions. So we have to be very, very careful that on that journey, as we progress, we don't leave other people behind. So when we build, for example, who's going to be promoted in your company, if your company is currently white and male, it will come up with white and male as top people to promote. If your company has no diversity currently present, you will not get that in. We use data science and AI for medical exams, for looking at radiology image, prescription, and so on. If these models are trained on white male Americans, as most of them are at the moment, and we bring them into our region, they will not work properly for our region. And we have to be very careful that when we use these algorithms and data and AI, that we include the others, that we make sure it's fair, that everybody is represented. And it comes to the point where we have to make a difference between equality and equity. So we need to make sure that the inclusion actually fits the right people. What we mean with the difference between equality and equity is easiest described when we say there's this picture of 3 little boys of different sizes trying to look over a fence.
And equality would mean that everybody gets the same height. And that basically means the tall boy, the fence goes, or the wall goes to his hip. The medium-sized boy, it's absolutely perfect. And for the small boy, it's still too high. And with machine learning algorithms, as they're trained on the main normally, they emphasize what is currently there. We have to make sure that we don't always cut off the tails, that we say, we build it, that everyone can participate in a far way. Machine learning and AI will be an accelerator for our development. We can make so many more decisions per second than we ever been before. So we just have to make sure we don't lose people, we don't leave them behind.
Thank you, thank you. Next question is for Benga, of course. Tell us about your experience with the lack of digital inclusion and lack of digital rights.
All right, thanks, Max. In 2007 or 2008, I met a young man called Famous, and what happened was his parents had told him that, you know, you've gone through secondary school, and that's enough, right? Because we have only enough money for your younger sister to go to school. And I meet a lot of these young, people. So we have a training program where they can get to know about the internet, about the things that I learned that changed my career. Famous spent some time on the program, got an internship, got a job, went to school. Just last week, he moved from KPMG Nigeria to KPMG in New Jersey. In less than one generation, his story has changed, and his family story has changed because it got connected, like you said, to not just a cable, but to a whole suite of things, including training and support. Let me also tell you about Ba. Ba is Cameroonian. On January 16, 2016, Ba had put in for a competition. It's called the Google Code In. And he submitted his assignment January 16. January 17, the Cameroonian government shut down the internet, which means if he had waited for one more day, he would not have been able to submit the assignment. But guess what? He was one of the 34 winners announced, and his government was so proud of him that they said, wow, Ba is our citizen. And that's funny, but it's something that I understand. Because in 1991, I was denied access to a computer myself, and 10 years later, I became IT Youth Ambassador in Nigeria, and the same school invited me back, and the teacher, who was the one who denied me access, introduced me to everyone as someone he always knew would make us, would make the school proud. And I guess this is where I come towards inclusion and rights from. Because what we do when we don't connect young people with opportunities and create a policy space for them to do what they need to do online for innovation, for creativity, for jobs, is that we literally are cutting off ourselves from a bigger possibility in the future. And the kind of conversation I'm glad we're having today is not just about, we need more people on the internet, but what exactly are they going to be doing with that? Paradigm Initiative, where I work, where we work across the African continent. We have offices in 6 countries. And what we see is that there's a huge difference between a generation of young people who have access, who have training support, and who are supported by the right policies, and those who are not. And if we're talking about 2071, we're talking about the future, we should be talking about a new generation of equipped young people who not only have access to opportunities, but have the right policy space to be able to, maximize those opportunities.
Thank you, thank you. It has been a little bit difficult to hear each other, but hopefully with more technology we're going to be able to do that. I want to start with a bit more discussion from an example of an event that affected everybody, but it showed the digital divide, not only in Western society, the current pandemic. And I would like to ask you if you had an experience on the divide and the effect that it has, and whether there are lessons that can be learned for a more general, how can we deal with the more general divide that there is. I'm open this to anybody that wants to start.
I'm happy to jump in. two thoughts, and I'd love to build on the points that my colleagues here have made. I spoke a little bit about the principle of letting communities drive solutions to problems. I think the pandemic was a great example of a place where you saw that the digital divide wasn't the problem. The problem was a deep structural inequality that was leading to very different experiences of a universal challenge that humanity was facing. I hate to say it, but this is neither unique in history, nor will it be unique in the period we go into, whether it's the disparate effects of climate change, of reindustrialization across many parts of the world. And so I'd love to give you an example that inspires me rather than simply holding on to all of the challenges that come. We very recently hosted a small group of indigenous youth in let's call it a code camp, and I'll spare you the details. But in the course of about 3 weeks, these young people between the ages of 12 and 16 did something that I thought was truly exceptional. They learned about AI, they learned how to make an app, they built an app. These are things that I think are, things that we've all experienced. But these young men and women did something quite special. They said, okay, now that we've learned the tools, what we are really interested in is how do we walk the traditional lands of our people and understand how to use modern artificial intelligence to help us learn about the histories of plants and animals that live in our traditional lands. And so they built an app, and here's what the app does. It's quite simple. You take a picture of a plant, and it uses a machine learning model to tell you what that plant is. Okay, that's a great start. To be honest with you, I'm a computer scientist, and it would take me a little bit longer than a few weeks to do that. So these kids are brilliant, right? But here's what else it does. It then says, okay, you've now gotten the English name for the plant. What's the name for that plant in the traditional language of these people? And for many of these kids who have always wanted to learn the language but don't have kind of cultural connections, this is quite important. And then they said the third thing we want to do is how do we connect it to a database of the mythologies and stories of our people going back thousands of years? So that when I take a picture of a plant in the mountains, I understand how it ties to my religion, my culture, and my identity. I raise that story here because when we talk about the digital divide and architecting solutions, we have to remember that nobody on this stage and really nobody in this room will be able to architect the solutions that allow any single community to solve their problems. And so the answer can't be, how do we create solutions? The answer has to be, how do we create, one of my favorite words from one of my colleagues that's here in the room, bottom-up empowerment, to make sure that every single person has the capacity to use the very best of our innovation to solve their problems in their spaces.
You use the term empowerment, like empowering communities to work together and work with companies and work with government. And I'm wondering if you have experience on what are the enabling factors, what is it needed to have the communities and like these larger scale activities that are required.
I really like the point about empowering the people, because when we talk about digital poverty, we often think about the rich countries versus the poorer countries. But actually, we face the same problem in every rich country as well. We have, I remember when I was at university many decades ago, people told me, don't study engineering, don't study math, you'll be unemployed, there will be no jobs for you. The world has completely shifted, and now we are really worried about how do we upscale our populations? How do we get a data understanding and AI understanding into every single employee? How do we discover in our employees the hidden secret talents that they have? And make them think about every single function, HR, admin, back office, on how can they use data to make better and smarter decisions. So it's really about bringing in men, women, children, and depending on the different circumstances, for example, at COVID, it really depended on your personal circumstances at home, if you were able to quickly adapt, or if you actually had more and more challenges. A friend of mine, she was at home with her family and little toddlers, and the company still decided, even though it was in Germany, no, you need to be in the office. But with 4 kids at home, that is nearly impossible. And homeschooling doesn't work for 4-year-olds. Everyone who had one at home knows it was completely wasted time and efforts. So the challenge that we'll be facing, and we'll be facing them over and over again, is how do we create circumstances for everybody to be involved? How do we actually make sure there is a plan in the future that in similar circumstances we are not leaving certain demographics behind?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up a little bit from what Eva had to say, because we've seen it happen in a number of countries, right? The pandemic has been a catalyst, and we heard last night at the opening dinner, there's many lessons to take away from it, but one is that much like viruses, trends are global and they travel cross-border. You can't close borders against them. And it was an opening moment to see both through governments trying to send stimulus to their population and make these payments, it both highlighted what the digital divide looked like, that there is definitely a class of privileged citizens who are able to fully engage in income generating activity from home in safety, and that there are people that couldn't. But also, again, per Eva's point, that even in a place like the US, you couldn't electronically send payments to people because there is a divide between the people who had bank account and access to the system and people who didn't. And I think it is important, again, as per what Eva said, it is a catalyst moment. We've seen a lot of innovation come up in the wake of the pandemic to deal with what was seen as a gap. And one really interesting project that we've been supporting in Argentina was a community living in the Selva who previously had benefited from a lot of corporate CSR donations to support the community, who had to figure out when this type of charity drained, what did they do? And what they did was effectively look towards technology to tokenize their land and the trees in their community, to put it up for purchase, to be able to generate income to then invest in the MSMEs that the local entrepreneurs were struggling to bring capital to put up, and then invest in a pension fund. So in effectively putting natural assets on blockchain to derive value from the assets that they had to preserve for the good of the entire planet, to be able to generate the income from themselves and therefore align incentives in a way that both closes the digital divide, but then empowers the local community to use their assets and their abilities to thrive.
I think you are raising a very good point, Anka. It's not only closing the gap and helping the people that are in the situation that they cannot access the divide, but having an operation that can help to bridge the gap, increases economy, has a larger scale effect. I'm wondering whether you have seen other examples of this larger scale effect that are not localized. Do you have any other experience that in your work you have encountered of larger scales?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that we've seen in terms of scale is that no matter how much resources you have, you can't 10x, 100x capacity building when it's not just a training component. You can, compartmentalize training, mentorship, access to opportunities. But what we found to be effective is the positive peer pressure model, where you train. I mean, I gave you the example of Famous, Esther, and others. And now, what they learned 15 years ago, they've been able to, literally spread within their own family and within their immediate communities. So it becomes a peer pressure thing, where peer pressure exists anyway. We're friends, I know we live in the same area, and suddenly I'm looking for a job and you find a job before me, and I'm like, what's going on here? What did you do? And it's easier for you to let me know that. So I think, yes, there is the way of doing this in terms of scaling and putting more resources in it, but the other way to do this is to make sure that every child, every young person, every boy, every girl that goes through, this empowerment process is strengthened to be able to pass on that same message to other people so that it becomes, it's a relay kind of process where I get access, I pass on the knowledge to you, you pass it on. And that way you can, of course, do bottom up, but you also have, this, vertical process. And I think one other thing that is really important that can help with scale is policy. Now, technology is interesting because it's a disruptor by nature, and because, to be honest, my mom, when I was much younger, was scared of the remote control, the TV remote control. So you can imagine what she feels about an iPhone right now. I mean, she's kind of accepted, I have to use it. And at times, that's the way that either as individuals or as governments, or even as corporations, we relate with technology or disruption that way. Because we really don't understand it, we're a bit afraid of it. And I think it's really important for us to to really realize that technology will move much faster than the way in which we normally organize policy. And what we must do is we must not be afraid of that disruption, but we must embrace it, understand it, and preferably learn from younger people on how to maximize this. And this is where I always say, when we talk to governments, I say, listen, regulation is not about control. It's about creating standards. Otherwise, what you will end up doing is chasing away the people, the processes, and the platforms that you want to take advantage of or maximize your corporations with, but you don't want to do that. What we want to do is to maximize opportunities, get more people online, and get more opportunities rolling across the entire system.
But you touch on a very interesting point, which is fear of technology, which I think goes back to what Vilas was saying is, if you empower people to develop technology in a way that is friendly for any particular group of people and demographic, that it's not only built for a standard white male programmer in Silicon Valley or somewhere else, then maybe the first sensation that you get, because that as humans, that is leading when you interact with a new piece of technology isn't fear anymore, right? And because we can talk at length about the need for more infrastructure, the need for more education, but it feels that part of opening the way for more technology adoption or faster technology adoption is how do you design technology that people aren't instinctively afraid of?
I like the fact that you mentioned the older generation, because in data science and AI, we actually just call them the silent generation. And it's one of the conversations I often have with my parents when they were like, oh, but I would never give my data that. I'm not online, I don't share this. And the simple reply is yes. And we don't even target you because there is not enough money and not enough data in you. So we just call you the silent generation and focus on the ones we have the data about. But we have to, from the technology perspective, then make sure that we are aware of that. We are aware that our models are biased extremely towards the people where we have the data. And that we then don't develop policies, don't develop insurance products just for the people we know things about, and we stop insuring the older generations or the more silent group. We have to make sure that we maybe build different models, and then we test the models and say, who do they actually apply for? Do they apply for this specific demographics? That needs to be documented, and that needs to be clear, and the model stays for that demographics. The big problem that we have at the moment is the lack of awareness of this, a lack of regulations, and the wild west of copying code and across borders, copying code across and trained models across the whole world. And a model that is trained for something might be used for something completely different. If then it's not tested, if the development team is, for example, completely not diverse and it's only a very slim demographics, you will basically set models free on a demographics that they're not accounted for. And that needs to be aware by the policymakers, that needs to be aware by everyone who's impacted by the model, that you don't get a lifeboat on the Titanic because people like you were not on the Titanic. And that cannot be the answer.
Yes. I think of it as the possibility of a great tragedy that maybe drives me in my work in civil society. You know, on one side, I'm a deep optimist, right? And so the power of these technologies to me is not so much about the iterative efficiency of the next thing we do. It's the ability to transform entire systems of power. Yeah. To say we live in a world where we're able to create an economic cornucopia, a new way of political participation, all of these things that could have immense possibilities for humanity. And the reality of what I think we're all acknowledging, which is without intention and direct intervention, what we instead get is technology that perpetuates the system we've already built. And in so doing, loses the opportunity to envision a better future. You know, I think about today, in today's, frontline headline newspapers in the US, one of the claims that was made was that one of our companies in the private sector has spent $10 billion in loss-making endeavors around the metaverse. I spend a lot of my life thinking about how we allocate capital to problems like, how do we make sure that 200 million plus sustainable farmers can get an extra 10% on their annual salaries on the order of hundreds of dollars? And the amount of investments that we're, as an organization, driving into that space of about $60 to $75 million is probably the order of magnitude that you'll see across the planet. There's something fundamentally wrong with our priorities when we are so willing to throw money against those things that have flash, but we're forgetting to solve really basic human problems. Now, what I've said to you is perhaps a little bit of a cynical view of kind of where we might end up without intervention, but it's balanced by a deep optimism because of rooms like this one, where we're seeing that there's actually a lot of folks who do really care about this fundamental question. If we could transform this system of power, what would we want it to look like?
Anybody want to?
Great question. What do we want it to look like? I, spend my waking moment thinking about my experience as a young man who literally was headed for the bottom of a pyramid, and how I met technology, literally, sent one email, and it changed my story. And that email at that time is for many young people of the 2.5 billion people who are not connected right now. It doesn't mean email for them. It may mean, introduction to a skill or something else. The world that I look forward to is one where anyone who wants access to this will not be denied access to that. Because, to be honest, there are people who may find out, there's this opportunity, and may not want to go for it, because it does come with, with a cost. It comes, at a price, and they may not want to do that. But where everyone who wants to move on from step 1 to step 2 can have access to this. And this is where I always make the point that this is not, you made this point earlier, this is not something that one section of the world is struggling with. This is something, in my 22 years of working in civil society, what I've seen across the world is that this is a deeply connected global problem that we must all attack together. And the pandemic, which, is still on, but the lockdowns taught us something really big. And it's the fact that we may not see the impact immediately, but in those 6 months, in many countries it was 6 months, in those 6 months, there is an entire generation of young people who lost out on 2 key opportunities. One, they completely forgot the things they had learned because they were not online and they could not revise. And secondly, they didn't, like those who were connected, have the opportunity to learn independence. My son was 5 at the time, and I watched him move from learning how to open a laptop to joining a class by himself in just about to get to elementary school. And there is an entire generation that missed that opportunity. And the question is, how do we create a bridge for this unfortunate second layer of divide? There's a digital divide, but there's a second layer of divide where those who had opportunities before the disruption have gone further ahead, and now we need to make sure this global problem, and it's not just a problem for the global south, it is a general problem that everyone must put on their table.
I think the crucial point is we are at the moment at a tipping point of society. And we have all these amazing technologies. We have all these super smart algorithms that can help us to absolutely hyper-personalize learning experience and say, okay, you're a little bit slow in adding numbers, you're extremely fast in multiplying numbers. How do we make sure that you get the learning experience that you actually need? And we can target that on every student and every grown-up in every language. All these things that actually one teacher per 20 or 30 kids is not able of targeting that well. In data science and AI, we had built, for example, models like banking the underbanked. We have so many people on the planet that don't have any access to bank accounts and have no banking history. But by actually looking at the data they leave behind, we can be with very good precision say, is somebody a fraudster, or are they actually serious about repaying a loan? And this enables us to give banking opportunities to far more people than we used to before. And so we really have to think about when we use a technology, how do we use this technology to build a better world? And how do we find the right regulations to make sure we don't widen the gap?
I know we're shortly coming up on time, but one thing that I wanted to mention, and it ties to both what Eva and Dagmar was saying, is, and it was said earlier, by not talking intentionally about the future, there is a big risk of missing on a lot of opportunities. And that is, and I'm going to give just one clear example, when we talk about payments on blockchain, a lot of people think about smartphones. Some of the first countries where products at Cello were launched were in East Africa. When I talked to bringing on the experience of financial inclusion to our engineers about adapting the standards for a feature phone, they're like, oh, it's really difficult. We don't know how we would be doing this. However, a team of developer entrepreneurs in Kenya, within 3 months, looked at the code, built an off-ramp to USSD phone standards because they had the local knowledge and context to know what they were building for. And this is what we risk losing if people don't have access to the digital skills and literacy that they need. We risk on losing immense capacity for innovation and growth in these communities that nobody sitting in Silicon Valley or London or Berlin or any other tech hub can, because those are not problems that they've ever had to deal with.
You raise very important problems like the prioritization for companies, like where are the investments going. I'm wondering, we are running out of time. I'm sorry I have to cut you off at this. It's a very important point, but I would like to give the opportunity to the audience to ask questions about digital poverty. I don't know if it's possible to have the microphone. Anybody has a question for the panels? Is there a microphone somewhere? They told me that there would be a microphone coming in. If you can raise your hand if you want to ask questions.
Hi. One of the challenges around digital poverty is that it's always the bright people and the organizations and the experts talking about how they're going to solve digital poverty. How do you, or where can we start around engaging people from who we're trying to help, who might not know they're in digital poverty, who might not even know that being part of the digital world is a thing they need? What kind of strategies can we go for? What kind of positive examples are there out there that we can draw on to at least show people?
So, there are a lot of outreach programs, especially the tech giants, for example. A lot of their software, training software and so on, are actually available for free. But to go bottom up, you actually need somebody from top down to support you. You need somebody to give you the software. We have in data science AI, we have actually very low area of boundaries because we have all these open source tools. We have GitHub and so on. So there is a lot of communities, virtual communities, connecting each other, building each other, and saying, we have these problems, let's solve them together. We see more and more problems coming out of local regions and saying, this is our problem, how can we connect the right people to get support?
Sorry, I was trying to be sensitive and politically correct. I guess my point is, how do we do this without it just feeling like the next level of imperialism or cultural imperialism?
Yeah, I thought that was your question. So, I wasn't looking for technology. I was looking for a better life. And I found something that gave me access to someone who was thousands of miles away, who had read about him on the internet. I couldn't have read about him anywhere else, right? And our first set of students that we trained were not young people who came to us because they wanted to learn about computers. They also, like I did, wanted a better life. And I think where your question and the example she was giving, where they meet is that when you're looking for that solution, more often than not, you will need to find the answer in someone who has had that lived experience and someone who has the right tools and where all of that can come together. And I think, because you're right, it's not about somebody importing a solution and looking for the problem to solve. This is not it. You heard Anya's, comment earlier about finding developers in Kenya. Why do you think developers? Because that's their lived experience. Because literally, smartphones are not. Yeah, smartphones are great, but a feature phone is what many of them literally learned how to develop with. And so when the problem came to them, they were like, oh wow. It's like, and this is, please do not tell my South African friends that I'm cracking this joke. It's like people in South Africa, asking me, Benga, we have power cuts, we have power rationing, and I'm like, oh, come, I'll tell you how to handle it. I'm Nigerian. I've been handling power cuts since I was born. And because it's my experience. I don't get scared when there's darkness. A friend of mine from Australia, we had a power cut and he was scared. He was like, oh my God. I'm like, Nick, calm down. This happens. So this is where the reality is. We've got one layer of young people who are finding answers, but we must find a way to connect them with the resources. Otherwise, they're going to keep, looking at themselves in the dark and winking at themselves and not find anything. So, and I hope, that answers your question a bit.
Can I add? Yeah, I think that is exactly the point. So you need somebody to supply the infrastructure. You need somebody to supply the tools and technology to make sure there is actually internet. They have access to the right things. It's not somebody telling them what their problem is, or it's not somebody selling them a solution, and they'll be sitting there like, no, I'm sorry, but that is not our problem. And there is a big incentive for everybody to actually have diverse teams, because the more diverse your team is, the lower is your risk. If I build a solution, for example, Alexa, Siri, when they were developed, they only worked for white male voices. And that made big waves in the market. Their development team was white male. So now we are 100% aware of the more diverse our development team is, the lower is our risk, and that basically means lower reputational risk, lower legal risk, lower financial risk. So there is a really clear bottom line incentives for every tech company, for every large corporate out there to say, we want to make sure our solutions are fair and trusted.
Let me, please.
No, I wanted to sort of build up on that. One of the examples that I loved from the time that I was at a World Bank was our managers were always asking, can you show this financial inclusion with digital finance project benefited the bottom 10%? And the answer was always no. The answer was, but if you benefit the 20% above that, if you're able to bring digital finance tools to those slightly above, what you start having is people in the community that have examples of tools that work, and you create both that, honestly, FOMO of benefit and access to services that then starts having advocates in the community and permeates in a way that people will go and ask, how can I have that, right? It's never going to be for people that are outside the system that you go down and paternalistically pat them on the shoulder and say, here it is, you should use it, but rather is them seeing the impact and usage that this technology can have in their own community, that they will have it. It's the way that mobile money ended up in, taking out and picking up in Kenya. It solved the problem. People saw it around them. They wanted to adopt it.
Should I get myself in trouble?
Go for it.
Let me be mildly provocative, right? And I'm just going to take, I think, the points that are made here and extend them a little bit. Look, if I have 2 loaves of bread and somebody needs a loaf of bread and I give it to them, we can have a conversation about whether that's altruism or if it's something else. But if I own the bakery and I put a padlock on it and I tell somebody outside who's hungry, go figure out how to feed yourself, then I'm complicit in the injustice of the problem. That's kind of where we are with technology today, right? The actual technological expertise is held in closely held silos that represent a limited demography. Very few of these technologies are built in ways that actually solve real problems. And we're sitting there and saying the padlock's on the door, but we'll give you some tools to help you out. There's something fundamentally unjust about that. And so you have, I think, brought us a very good conversation here on stage. To me, the extension of that is, what's the fundamental restructuring of a social compact that says if we're going to build these technologies that have amazing possibility to create better lives, why are we okay with the fact that 95% of the world can't access them?
Provocative question and a very, very good one, yeah. Should we pass to other questions?
I'd actually, sorry, I do disagree with that statement. I think now more than ever, we are building an inclusive world. Now more than ever, there is poverty going down in the world. There is less hunger than there was ever before. So we are actively sharing a lot of data science, and AI is completely open source. I know more and more coders and developers who are actually not protecting their IP and saying, no, I want it to be available for everybody. Coders who are sitting there and spending their weekends and their free time on optimizing somebody else's problem for free just because they're passionate about their technology. So, and I know more and more of the corporate social responsibility programs and outreach programs where we're saying, how do we give access to technology of people who don't have it? So I'd actually say I'm very optimistic about where we are and where we're heading. And I know a lot of people who actually are very grateful to the opportunities they get through outreach programs and tech giants and the evil large corporates.
There is a movement in a better direction than the point where we are. Yeah, we should go to the next question, please. Sorry for making you wait.
Thank you so much. My name is Eric Balance. I'm living here in Dubai. I'm Polish, born in Canada. Thank you everyone for your kind information. I really resonate with a lot of this information. But a common theme here that I've heard is awareness, self-awareness, empowerment, which is something that is really fruitful and fulfilling. One thing that I noticed is, how can we focus on working on strengths? So how are we as a society, do you guys see in the foreseeable future, utilizing the power of mental awareness, emotional intelligence, and really bringing that to the forefront of bottom-up empowerment?
Okay. I'm happy to jump in, and I'll give you the Twitter response because I know we have very limited time, right? But the question's so fundamentally good. It's how do we move from using technology to solve problems to building technology that inspires human creativity and ingenuity, that creates like new forms of social engagement. I think the intention behind the question is exactly right. The how is for, I think, good meetings like this one to figure out.
what I love about the technology that we have at the moment, it goes into every single problem. So we have to figure out the why, and that's why we don't cut out the whole ecosystem of other professions and say everybody has to be a coder now. No, the big question is still the why. But then whatever your passion is, whatever your concerns are, you can use the technology to get better answers, to enable more people. So when I talk to my students and ask them what they want to do with their lives and so on, there is basically in every single industry, there are data scientists now, there are technologies now. So Universal Pictures is one of the biggest employer for mathematicians. We would have never thought that. So if you want to be creative, use data and AI and technology and coding to develop that. So it's not one or the other, it's combining it and then finding your way.
Thank you. And unfortunately, our time is finished, and I have a hard stop. Yes, but
do we have time?
I've been told that we have a hard stop, so.
شكرا لكم على هذا الطرح حول الفجوة الرقمية. ولكن كيف يمكن تحقيق الشمول الرقمي وهناك عدد كبير جدا من البشر لا يمتلكون كهرباء حتى الآن؟ وهل يمكن للقطاع المدني حول العالم بعمل منظم لتوفير البنية التحتية لكل إنسان حتى يمكن تحقيق الشمول الرقمي؟ وشكرا لكم.
I will translate Her Excellency's question. First, she would like to thank you all for being here, and then she's asking how can we provide a full digital transformation when a lot of people are living without even pure or true electricity? And then can the public sector around the world work in an organized way to provide such infrastructure for every human to enjoy this digital transformation? Thank you.
Venga.
Yes, well, I'm the one who made the example about electricity. The beautiful thing is that never ignore lived experiences. Because I grew up I had to literally take my device to the nearest hotel, plug it in, and then use the power. One of the things, I studied electronic engineering for one reason, because I wanted to solve the power problem. I kind of diverted, along the way. But the way to do that is, one, listen to the people who live with those experiences, because there's a way they've been working around it. And that's one. And the second thing is that, you talk about designing in Silicon Valley for either Nairobi or Kinshasa. The beautiful thing is that the world we live in is where the developer in Kinshasa and the developer in, say, Dubai can work together to bring the knowledge with the lived experience, because that's where the solution lies.
Thank you. And unfortunately, we are 3 minutes out of, I have to cut it here. I've been told that I have to cut it. So I would like to join me to thank the speakers for this insightful discussion. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was. lived out their lives. Automotive dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. Automotive dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. Automotive dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
I see the only future that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.
Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. On a mote of dust suspended.
My name's Kristen Alford. I'm a futurist and the director of MOD, which is a future-focused museum at the University of South Australia on the traditional lands known as Tandanya, Garnayata, now known as Adelaide. So my role at MOD is to inspire young adults how to navigate their future. And we do this by showcasing research. And given the interactive design of our museum, and significantly the one in which we are working today, it's an absolute privilege to introduce this panel exploring the intent, importance, and impact of experiential futures. Our panel has been and is at the forefront of experiential futures practice. I would like to introduce the panel, Dr. Jake Dunnigan, Research Director at the Institute for the Future, Dr. Stuart Candy, Director of Situation Lab at Carnegie Mellon, and Brendan McGettrick, Creative Director of this amazing space, the Museum of the Future. Please welcome our panel. In a gathering such as this, we will all be familiar with the language of experiential futures and the tools that are emerging in design fiction, speculative design, performance, gaming, and many more. But as the field develops, it is timely to reflect on why this approach is appropriate to these times. So, Jake, I'm going to ask you to get us started by revisiting the intention of the field of experiential futures. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. Good day, everyone. Great to be with you. Thanks to the organizers and everyone for putting this together. This is really a thrilling event, and it's an honor for us, for Stuart and I in this case, to share some thinking about a way of looking at futures, doing it, a practice, a design space we call experiential futures, and getting to do a stock take of where we are, where our work fits in, and where we might push forward. So this is some really interesting work I wanted to start with. This is some archaeological research and experimentation that has shown that if you look at the top and then look at the bottom, there's eye tracking software that was used in this work, and it shows that people were, where their eyes are trained on the pottery. If you see kind of a horizontal here and a vertical there on the right, those were, as the archaeologists look back, those were associated with different kinds of social organization schemes. So the more vertical ones actually were associated with more hierarchical societies. So a really fascinating piece of work showing our connection between our material world and how we think about it. And not just, maybe a kind of trivial connection, but there's a deep and non-trivial entailing kind of connection there captured in this quote. There's a very close interaction between cultural changes and brain plasticity. So we know that the world and our cultures and our minds are interactive, but we're understanding that relationship in deeper ways, and that's a really important point for us that we're going to build on. The cognitive philosopher Andy Clark calls these circular looping influence between brain, body, and our built world, the world. So we are interacting, we're influencing each other. And so that's a point of intervention, a space of thinking about design for us to put and input futures and foresight into that mix. What does it mean when different conceptions of the future are part of the world that we think with, how we think about the world, and how we interact with it? And so, going back historically, thinking about this at a kind of civilizational scale, what work does the future do conceptually and materially in the world, in our culture, in our minds? Auguries and entrails and nature cycles and moon cycles, is a way of looking at the future. And it reflects and constitutes the kind of thinking that happens in that world. We've got oracles at Delphi, inhaling gases from the middle of Earth and maybe seeing the future in a world of mercurial gods. We've got clan and family destinies that are captured with the concept of weird, and books like Beowulf thinking about our destiny. We have energy flows and chi, and looking at kind of the changes that happen there. And then we have, this is Herman Kahn, we have Hollywood scenarios meeting existential risk. And so all of these are not just sort of trivially representative, they are actually making worlds and making cognitive environments to think with. So this concept of social foresight, which we'll return to in more depth later, a big picture way of seeing what we do as futurists, requires better understanding of the looping influence of mind, culture, and world. And so that's one of our foundational concepts we want to lay down here at the beginning. And experiential futures, now moving into that space, is a design space encompassing both targeted, controlled, constrained, or contained, customized kinds of work, and also ambient, wild or guerrilla or interactive kind of in the world kind of pieces that we do. They're interventions into cognitive ecologies. Again, just returning to that concept is very important. Thinking about designer cognitive environments, our cognitive ecologies to improve social foresight. So thinking about just the way that we conceive this, again, that we're going to build on and talk about some examples and how we move forward. Design, what we'd like to do or think about it is designing experiential futures to generate authentic, meaningful reactions. Again, that kind of feedback loop that we're now intervening into. Not just stopping there, creating pathways for learning from those reactions, and then staying engaged with it long enough so that the learning can be incorporated into future behaviors. So again, that causal influence, that loop, that feedback loop that we are really trying to understand deeply and then design appropriately for. So putting the mind back in the loop, just some examples there of where we are, the interface of individuals. Yes, we're talking about social foresight and culture, but we're interfacing with individuals as well, and that's important. And how the mind works and how the mind reacts to this work is really important. So again, echoing Andy Clark and others, the human mind is a prediction machine. We thought about what we're going to present. We kind of simulated it in our minds. Is this going to work or not? Should I talk to that person? We're running predictions all the time in our minds, simulations of possible futures. And what our experience does is take that top-down model, this is what's going to happen, and we learn from that. Does it fit? Does my sensory input fit with that expectation? And it allows us, that continual process allows us to update our maps to better fit reality. So we think about, a tip of the iceberg. We don't have to see the rest of the iceberg. We've learned that there's something there. You don't have to show everything to understand, to intervene, to have the mind do some work. So using those the kind of inheritances, the functions that we understand of the mind, and now I'm talking about practically designing experiences, you know, we can use the tip of the iceberg. Let the active predictive mind fill in some of those gaps and use it productively and creatively as we do it. And that's captured in one of our favorite concepts. It's both a kind of, in a sense, a theoretical concept, but also very much a practical execution concept. We call it the snake dog leash. It captures, I think, a very important aspect of the work that we're doing. Okay, so say you're building an exhibition or an experience, and in this world, say it's a high-tech world of the future, we can use CRISPR or some other genetic creation device to create something called a snake dog. Now, we know we can't actually do that now, at least in practical terms for everyday experience. So, okay, we can't do that. How do we tell a world or evoke a world where snake dogs exist? Well, you have this kind of inscrutable looking thing called a snake dog leash, and it's 100 credits, and you put that on a shelf, and all of a sudden our mind fills in that gap. Now we've evoked a world where snake dogs exist because we've created this artifact, and that comes from understanding how people react to things, how our minds work, and so we're utilizing those mechanisms for our work. So this is something we say a lot that kind of encapsulates what we're trying to do, what this is all about. It's better to be surprised by a simulation rather than blindsided by reality. So how do we as people, as cultures, as societies, as civilizations, not always learn the hard way? And you know, even though I do this work, I'm a bit of a skeptic, so I wonder if we're ever going to do that, but that's our mission. That's what we're trying to do, is say, what if we pre-experience, what if we intervene in that feedback loop so we're not always missing something or blindsided or learning the hard way, which is, you know, painful, expensive, unjust in many cases. So let's look at some of our work, and Stuart's going to talk us through that. Thanks.
All right. So picking up the thread from Jake's high-level, longue-durée kind of view of how foresight has evolved over the millennia, now we're going to zoom right into actually back when we met, 2005. So we've been working together for quite a long time. And I think one of the intuitions that we shared when we met as grad students at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, it's in the foreground there, was that foresight didn't seem to be as widely known or as impactful as a field as it ought to be if it's going to actually shape the future. And so one of the, I guess, reference points in the back of my mind, because I'd come across the field for the first time in 1996 when I was in high school. And that same year, as it happened, Richard Slaughter published an article. I must have come across it some years after this, but he published an article about how to develop a social foresight capacity, in which he says, how can this apparent abstraction, the future, the thing we're all here to talk about, how can it be made more real, more accessible and influential, more a part of daily life for everyone? How can we develop a social foresight capacity? And this question, or some version of it, was, I think, in the back of our minds when we started collaborating in 2005, 2006. And so apologies to those of you who have seen some of this before, but for those who haven't, what Jake and I did over the next 5, 6, 7 years together, initially in Hawaii and then beyond, was create experiences that sought to put people into putative futures. For instance, 550 people split into 4 groups, each is experiencing a different version of Hawaii in the year 2050. We started making artifacts from the future. Actually, a bunch of them were cribbed from that, from the initial installations that we did for the 2050 event, and then put them out in the world for people to find, to stumble across in their lunch break or while they were shopping at a local chemist. We made postcards, initially for a workshop about the futures of tourism in Hawaii, postcards from the early 2030s, and then they were postcards, so they were crying out to be sent, and we sent them to people who lived around the islands. We interviewed people in Chinatown, Honolulu, about the futures of their neighborhood, what they were hopeful for, what they were worried about, what they expected, and then started creating fragments of those futures as if they existed and putting them in the neighborhood for people to find. And so all of these instances kind of begin to show a really sort of quite large design space of any idea about the future being bringable to life through some kind of a tangible experience in the present, creating a kind of embodied feedback loop of the kind Jake was describing. We also did a project, CDC funded, but commissioned by the local health department, to an online game to help Hawaiian people prepare for the next pandemic. And there was, in fact, a pandemic a month before we launched this game, and we turned it into an emergent reality game rather than an alternate reality game. But so, at this point, this was 2009 or 10, this had really had come into focus for us as a futures practice, or a sort of design space, if you like, that we would call experiential futures, the design of situations that you can inhabit and stuff that you can hold from the future to catalyze insight and change in the present. And it can take the form of something you can hold in your hand. It could take the form of an experience that you would, go into with other people, or an interaction that you could have online. Really, anything was fair game, hence the term experiential futures. And this paralleled and in some cases preceded many of the developments that some of you may be aware of in design fiction, speculative design, and so forth that Kristen mentioned at the start. And so after this, we were looking to kind of make these experiences happen in all and any circumstances where we could. So this was an installation at the California Academy of Sciences about the exponential increase of plastic in the biosphere from back in 1910, looking forward to 2030, and turning this abstract, disturbing even as a statistic, but ultimately abstract idea about plastic being everywhere into an embodied experience and a physical dilemma in the present. To drink or not to drink the water. Or this project, which we did with 20 people we just met over the course of 3 days at Arizona State at the first Emerge Festival in 2012, a kind of parable about the way civilizations end, they can end, and a symbol that appears in the archaeological record in the generation before that happens. And we were also working, meanwhile, on other projects initiated by other people, like the Museums of the Future that happened annually in the lead up to the creation of this monument that we are in today. And then more recently, just prior to the pandemic, we worked with we did a series of engagements with the United States Conference of Mayors to train, I think, about 100 mayors from all across the country over 4 workshops over 2 years, to train them to think about futures in alternative terms and in concrete terms, and in collaboration with our friends at Civic.io in Austin, Situation Lab that I run, and the Governance Futures Lab that Jake runs at Institute for the Future. We made these posters, fragments of preferred futures of the cities that the mayors themselves ran. So aspirational pieces of the world that they would like to help bring into being through their leadership of their respective cities. And then you'll see, in parallel with this and since, a load of kind of applied experiments, not on our account, but on the account of this collective, this community of practitioners. And, if you look at what began kind of as a trickle has come to look more like a flood. Look at the academic world. Just in North America, you have design meets futures programs at California College of the Arts, at OCAD University in Toronto, at CEDIM and Centro in Mexico, at Arizona State. You have in the conferences and festivals and meetups scene, you have the Time's Up conference that happened just a few months ago in Austria. These speculative futures meetups that occur in many cities around the world, and the annual Primer conference. This, of course, joining earlier conferences, longer standing ones like Future Fest and Future Everything. The Plurality University Network, if these are things maybe you haven't heard of them, but the reason I'm going through this litany is to kind of just convey a sense of the volume of stuff that is going on in this space at the moment. The publications, like Speculative Everything, Design is Storytelling, Discursive Design. My colleague Johanna Hoffman last week, an urbanist and architect who just published the book Speculative Futures, there's a whole literature now around these things. There's also the Design and Futures collection that Cher Potter and I edited for the Journal of Futures Studies. And then exhibitions in Antwerp and Madrid and at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, and the Futures Literacy Summits in UNESCO in 2019, for UNESCO in 2019 and 2020, which had a strong design component. And then entire institutions, right? Cultural institutions of foresight, like MOD, that Kristen directs, Futurium in Berlin, our Art Science Museum in Singapore, I think, belongs in that kind of constellation, the Museum of Tomorrow in Rio, and, of course, the Museum of the Future, which we're in right now. And I think, you know, what's really striking about this is just the volume and variety of ways in which Futures has met and hybridized with arts, media, and design. But how to make sense of all this? I mean, what is it beyond a kind of litany, I guess, or a laundry list of things that have happened over the last 10 or 15 years? And I guess asking that question takes me back to that article I mentioned, the one by Richard Slaughter, about the development of a social capacity for foresight. And what Slaughter does in that article, 26 years ago now, is sort of lay out this is my version of his diagram to kind of clarify. It's this stepwise idea that that everything in the futures field builds on the raw kind of capabilities, as he puts it, of individuals being able to foresee. Everyday foresight that everyone engages in, regardless of whether they've even ever heard of the futures field or not. And then there's futures concepts on top of that, like alternative futures in the plural, or the extended present, or future generations. These may not be unique to the field, but when you add them all together, some of them are, but when you add them all together, they amount to a kind of distinctive futures sensibility and a conceptual foundation. And then on top of that, you have tools and methods like, well, you know, scanning and scenarios, and you can go down the whole list. Everybody has their favorites. And then on top of that, applications, which is to say all of these projects and these institutions and these efforts to apply the tool set and evolve it. And the idea that Slaughter offers is that at the top kind of this staircase is a social capacity for foresight, an emergent capacity to sort of basically a foresightful civilization. And what he says in that article is social foresight may begin with disaster avoidance. That is, you know, we might be motivated to engage in it by wanting to avoid catastrophe that we see coming, but its more constructive uses lie in the creation of stories of futures we positively aspire to create and hand on with pride to our successors. I suggest, he says, that the necessary resources to create, maintain, and apply such stories about the future already exist in abundance. The central aim of the futures field should therefore be to implement them more widely than ever before. Now, I found this kind of statement about the notion of almost a collective emergent mission of futures as a field quite inspiring. But what you can see is that we're not just dealing with applications on the basis of an established and unchangeable foundation of concepts and tools and methods. The tools and methods and the concepts themselves are changing as well. That's what we've just seen. In fact, in the category of new tools and methods that we've been involved with, you have things like, you know, the Experiential Futures Ladder to help you orient where you are in the kind of spectrum of abstraction, moving from an idea about the future to an experience you can live. Or the Thing from the Future, the card game we played over dinner last night. Or the ethnographic experiential futures cycle, which is a process for surfacing mental models from within a culture or subculture and then materializing them to make them more discussable. Or, and this is hot off the press actually, this is a project from 3 years ago that me and Filippo Kutica did at the BBC, and just yesterday we launched a free public toolkit, a public imagination toolkit called The Futures Bazaar, which you can download at thefuturesbazaar.com. So these are, you know, examples of tools and methods that are being affected by applications and in turn are feeding into a kind of renovation of some of the basic concepts of the field. And an overly linear model, a kind of too much of a staircase, I guess you could say, might lead us to think, mistakenly, that the concepts and tools of futures are largely fixed, but what we're doing is creating a kind of feedback loop, intentionally, of the sort that Jake mentioned, but in relation to our collective foresight capacity itself. So if we shift the perspective from seeing it as a staircase to seeing it as a system, with each element more in relationship with the others, you can kind of begin to, I don't know that this is a final kind of, conception of this. I think it's very preliminary, but you can sort of start to get the idea how when you pull on one of these aspects of the system, that the others begin to move. And so we, and here I'm speaking of the collective community we of practice, we are working on multiple fronts at once, and interventions in any area of that kind of model impact the others. There's a circular looping influence of a kind of conceptual variety along the lines that Andy Clark suggests. And so these new and renovated concepts, like experiential futures itself, like social foresight itself, become reference points by which we can collectively navigate towards, hopefully, a more just, delightful, livable future. And so what? Well, I think there's a few, quick takeaways. Social foresight may exist or be cultivated at multiple scales, not just at the scale of civilizations, but at the scale of a conversation, at the scale of a room. And when it comes to interventions, we need to think about those interventions in terms of their impact, not just their output, not just what nice object are we going to put in the room or what scenario are we going to hand to people, but what impact is it actually having on their thinking? What do they say and do differently as a result? If you intervene in the room, what does the room say back to you? Second point, imagination is a commons. It isn't just inside your head, it is a collective enterprise. But it's localized. It's not like once something goes out of your head, everybody sees it all at once. It's again a case-by-case, room-by-room matter. And then third and finally, as a community, I think we need to, as Khalfan said yesterday in his opening remarks, we need to continue to institutionalize foresight. And I apologize for the many excellent examples of that I haven't mentioned in this talk. But from this angle, I think a core significance of this whole enterprise, of this meeting, the Dubai Future Forum, first edition, is that it is at the intersection of institutional and cultural strategies for spreading engagement with futures. That is to say, approaches for institutionalizing, making institutions that endure, that carry the torch of foresight forward are much needed, but, and here I owe this insight to a conversation with Anna Hager, who was the director of the Arts Science Museum in Singapore, those need to be cultivated alongside acculturation. So you're not just trying to create more university programs and government departments, but foresight on the street and in the hearts of the population. So, with that, I hand over to Brendan.
Thanks, Stuart, and thanks, Jake. And I think what's interesting about that, just before you start, Brendan, is that I think the institutions and the examples that you mentioned are fresh for me, coming off a weekend where we've engaged with a range of foresight, future-oriented museums, and thinking about why museums are uniquely positioned to grow social foresight. And in fact, what you've just explained is really how Experiential Futures better delivers experiences of the future to the people who are going to create them and be influenced by them. And I think, that's why we're really looking forward to hearing from you now, Brendan, to talk a little bit about how that looks in practice here.
Sure, thank you very much. I'm very aware of the time, which is ticking down toward the future in which this talk is no longer happening. So I'm going to keep this super brief. What I'll just say to add to what Jake and Stuart were saying, basically the museum in a lot of ways is the kind of culmination of all of that rigorous work that they're describing. And I would say the major shift that it represents is a shift toward the public. The important thing about the museum to understand is that because it is a government initiative, it is a public service, public-oriented experience. And what that means is when we made the experiential future environments that constitute, 3 of the floors of this museum, we had to imagine the broadest imaginable audience, an audience that is unfamiliar with every single concept that's been discussed today, and maybe unaware of, indifferent to, hostile toward all of these options. And I can assure you, you're getting a very specific experience at this conference because the public is not here. But if I were to transport you to Thursday, you would recognize that there is an enormously diverse, enormously unpredictable, occasionally enormously destructive group of people who come in here every day, and they are transported into experiential futures. And I suppose the main thing that I want to say about that, why that matters, is because we have that challenge of communicating to an audience that's that broad, we need to find languages and invent experiences and invent and design and execute, imagine, design, and execute environments that are able to speak to people on a level that's beyond the intellectual, and that's beyond something which is informed by information or research reports and things like that. And so I'll just quickly show, because so few of you actually are going to experience it, I'll quickly show a video of what the floors or what the museum is sort of like, or not. Oh yeah. And I'll just sort of speak over it and say that the primary purpose of the three immersive floors, which take you to the year 2071, is to communicate to people the notion that the future matters and that you matter in it. And I think that's the primary sort of goal that you can aspire to when you have an audience as broad as ours, is to simply establish that the future is something that we create, and we create it together, and you can contribute to that. And in fact, we need you to contribute to that. And so that's why so many of the interactions and so many of the environments that we've created are only completed by the visitor. They're sort of abstract and incomplete until you interact with them, you make a commitment. And the sort of defining theme of all of them is a better future is possible, but not without your help. And this is what the message of the museum is to the public at large, to the people of Dubai, to the people of the world. And I think experiential futures are really essential to that, because they make that not an abstract kind of like platitude of we can do it too, guys, but it puts them in a position to actually have a stake in it and to make a decision, because a decision is also, I don't want to be a part of that, but that's a decision that you're making. But you force that urgency and you force that agency on people. And the final thing I'll say to conclude is that there's just a quote that I was thinking about actually when Stuart was talking. There's a Marcel Proust quote, which I might be misquoting, but essentially it says that the voyage of discovery is not in seeking new landscapes, it's in having new eyes. And in a way, the landscapes that are experiential futures are ultimately about providing people with new eyes. When you enter them, when you explore them, when you interact with them, hopefully there's a transformative experience that when you leave them and you return to the present, you see it in a new way. And more importantly, you see yourself in a new way and how you can contribute to life and the future and collective enterprises that basically we're all involved in, whether or not we actively acknowledge it or whether or not we actively participate. So, thank you.
So Brendan, you just said then that when people come into the museum, they're being put into 2071, they're having an experience, but the experience is incomplete. And that reminded me of something you said earlier, Jake, which is about experiential futures being both controlled and wild. So they have a form and structure, but there is also that piece. So what are your recommendations for doing wild futures?
Oh, wow. I mean, again, you're always thinking about your audience, but in this case, there are more unknowns. And so you're making certain assumptions about how people are going to react. Harnessing that, controlling those kind of interactions. Well, it's funny that you say destructive when you talk about even a controlled environment, you're not in full control. People have their own way. So, I mean, it's kind of honoring what people can contribute to that process and where your leverage points are to have an experience. So changing your eyes, I was thinking, just hearkening back to what we started with, changing your mind. It's retuning your neurons to different possibilities. So injecting the future in a kind of ambient, oh my gosh, I'm having a kind of unexpected moment. That feedback loop of our expectation about how the world works and our prediction, how it works, and then our sensory response, are they lined up? Well, if they're not, there's learning that happens. Those differences make a difference. And so, injecting it into the wild, it's not necessarily going to happen maybe exactly the way you do it, but it creates that kind of spontaneous moment that can be really powerful in ways that, walking into a movie or something, you're kind of ready for that. And so there's value to that, but then there's also that confrontation, unexpected moment. And wow, if you can get that right, the epiphanies and the learning, the possibilities are vast with that.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned destruction. You know, one of the personas that we have at MOD is the killer or the disruptor. The person will come in and who will try and ruin it for everyone. And I think there's something about that surprising future or that unexpected use of something, which I think is really important. And I'm wondering, obviously, Brendan, you will have, you know, you've had a lot of people through the museum so far. And you've done a heap of testing, I assume, as well. Is there things that you've really learnt from the audience in that loop that we're talking about? Things that you've learnt from that interaction by collapsing the interface, that if we'd kept it as a professional information delivery rather than kind of a collaborative exploration might not have emerged?
Yeah, I think that, well, the notion of learning and being a learning institution and being a constantly evolving and responsive institution is one of the main things that we've learned, because you work on these things and you obsess over them and you try to perfect them, but you always get things wrong, and then that gets exposed immediately. And then the process of responding to it is ultimately a conversation you're having with the public, and they respond completely authentically and you know, believably. So I think that some of the things that we've learned is there are things that, for one reason or another, became less interactive than we originally imagined them. People really don't have a lot of patience for that. They expect interactivity, they want it. And I think that's part of fulfilling, you know, the rhetoric of creating experiential futures, is you have to be able to experience them in the way that you can experience the real world, which is that you can kind of do something to it and it responds to you. So I think all these things are lessons that we learn, and we have conversations and meetings on a weekly basis about enhancements and updates to try to better respond to how people are acting, but also, just to Jake's point, maintaining a certain amount of incompleteness so that there is a curiosity gap and a certain amount of frustration that we just accept as not a negative thing, you know, because that process of being frustrated, that process of overcoming misunderstanding or you know, feeling like you don't quite get it, you know, there's beauty in that and there's value in that. So getting that balance right between maintaining it and then also realizing that there are certain things that, not in an interesting way, they're not understanding it. They're just not understanding it because you did it badly, you know. So those things we have to fix.
Yeah, that line between confusion and productive struggle, I think, is really relevant whether you're thinking about a museum or whether you're thinking about experiential futures in the wild. And one of the things that we note with, especially our young adult audience, who are, you know, 15 years old to early 20s, is they don't like to look stupid. Because it exposes them. It requires a sense of vulnerability. But actually, what you've just described in terms of stepping into an experiential future requires that vulnerability and requires that courage. So is courage necessary for social foresight?
Yes. Yeah, because if it's commissioned, then the person doing the commissioning has to step up and enable a conversation that may, if they're truly operating in the spirit of a kind of critical and pluralistic conception of an unwritten future, then it may generate things that are, I don't know, culturally tricky or politically uncomfortable or a bit too weird or you know, and so that's if it's commissioned. And then if it's sort of initiated by sort of in a ground up way, you've been talking about it as wild futures. We've sort of talked about this for years as guerrilla futures work, like as in a guerrilla army, sort of, you know, an insurgency. And that was motivated by the difficulties of doing things in an official way, and because we couldn't do it in an official way, we thought, well, we need to do it in an unofficial way, and in that case it required some amount of, I don't know, courage sounds a bit self-congratulatory, but a willingness to experiment. But I think you're asking about the audience, and yes, we're asking them to have thoughts they've never had before. I mean, that's the beauty of it.
The other question that I had, kind of thinking about this area, is I guess the willingness to evolve and the willingness to try new things. So, you know, what are you seeing that's interesting in terms of the field? Where do you think, you know, the next step towards experiential futures, developing social foresight might come from? or where are you seeing sort of those classic weak signals of change in the system?
I hate to go in order the way, just break the mold, but I'll do it anyway. A couple of areas, and I'll try to just name these rather than go into detail, but one is location. And embedded in this whole conversation is the locus of foresight. Where is it? How is it embodied into our world? How do we make the future matter actively in the world, and then create that loop? So places, this is a new place. Places where foresight exist, and I guess a corollary to that. Where in our world, but then also the kind of obvious one too is the media that we can use. So we've got augmented reality, we've got virtual reality. We have simulation machines that are getting really sophisticated now, and as we mentioned that we're simulation engines in a way. How do we use some of those to create those kind of immersive experiences? So, a lot of our stuff is kind of analog and in person. We like that. We think there's something about that kind of visceral spatial thing. There's neuroscience behind that too, about how our imaginations are tied to our spatial understanding. But there's a whole host of different kinds of media that I think are ripe for continued experimentation in this area. But I will say, just to kind of recall some of the other conversations, more than anything, getting the feeling right. If you can make someone feel like that woman looking at the plastic water cooler of disgust, a lot of the intellectual parts can be nice, but they don't have to be there. So a lot of what we're trying to do is make sure that we get that feeling right. So if it's VR or whatever it is, if you can get that feeling, then I think that's a potential area, for further exploration.
Well, just to build on that, Jake mentions the where and the how. Location and medium, and I think going along with that, the who, because the future looks different depending not just on where you are and when in time you are, but also who you are, where you sit in a social structure. And I think that the emergence of pockets of experimentation, obviously Afrofuturism is much longer established than its sort of presence front and center in kind of cultural awareness, but also indigenous futurisms and other kinds of cultural offerings to the collective, and also for their own political purposes. I find that extremely exciting, and that is also one of the reasons why we've been working and encouraging people to produce the tools and share them, because then the street will find its own use for things.
Which brings up something you said earlier, Brendan, around these experiences give you new eyes, and I think new tools for new eyes is an interesting thing as well. So I wanted to finish by thinking about some reflections on the day, and one of the things that I've heard from the talks that I've been in is really this moving from insight to action. And I know it's really simple, but I really liked the fact that you said Thursday, Brendan. Like we all have a Thursday. We are all going to have to do something on Thursday that helps us connect the way that we think and work with the people who really matter in terms of creating the shared future. So I wish you all very well for your Thursday, and I'd like you to join me in thanking our esteemed panel. Thank you very much.
الحضور الكريم، شكرا لحضوركم جلسات اليوم الأول من منتدى دبي للمستقبل، أكبر تجمع
everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives on a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam.
There are many possible futures that are available at any one given time.
What are some of the key issues that we need to collaborate on around the world that bring our public policy foresight capacities?
that we could hope to thrive in as one where exploration and discovery is a fundamental part of what everybody does.
With the dawn of space exploration, plans to colonize and settle on Mars have been set in motion.